I think it's all good. For the VOD watchers out there, for anyone who tunes in, whether it's a Twitch VOD or the YouTube VOD, I will try to have in the comments below, I will try to have a, a pinned message with a timestamp of when the event actually starts. Because I tried to start this 30 minutes before the stream starts and the tournament, or I guess I should say the top cut starts, essentially, but they just, like, literally a minute or two before I went live, they pushed it back 30 minutes. So we're going to be hanging out for a little bit before. Whoa! My goodness. Aram, what's good? Thank you so much for the subscription for 7 months at Tier 1. How you doing, my friend? Also, McDudas and J5. How's it going? Thank you so much for the compliments, Dudas, on the commentary. I'm excited, chat. For anyone who does not know, the official 3v3 Autumn Season 2 Cup is happening tonight in Japan. It's going to be a 3v3 in the OP13 format. Excuse me. And I'm so excited because this is like the first championship in like a slew of championships coming up over the course of the next couple weeks. All through, I would say, December 13th, we have one being this one right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different Japan championships that I believe they're all going to be streamed. So it's pretty good. This is going to be a tournament, chat, that happens in Japan. Our videos that most of you have probably watched, where we are commentating English commentary over the Japan championships, that's what this is going to be tonight. So thank you all for tuning in. How's it going? Hey, it's all right, Aram. I'll see you at another event soon, I'm sure. No sleep tonight, Edus. No. I did pretty all right in One Piece in the LCQ at Dallas. I went 2-3, which isn't, you know, great by any means, but I hit a lot of UP Luffy's. I didn't hit any like Bonnies and stuff like that, so I was hoping to just dodge the UP Luffy bracket because that was the auto loss, and you know, I won my matchups that I was supposed to win, and I lost my matchups that I was supposed to lose. So it should be starting here in the next 58 minutes. If you guys see this timer down here, 59 minutes. It should have been about 30 minutes, but just before I started stream, they pushed it back like 30 minutes. But also, Mendy, Jeremy, Marry Me, Mikey, what's good, y'all? How are you today? What's up, what's up, what's up? Let's see. But yeah, chat, we're going to be chilling today. We're going to be chilling. It's the first time in a while that there has been a Japan championship. The last time there was the very beginning of the OP13 format, which was probably like 3 or 4 weeks ago, I think. 3 or 4 weeks ago. And it was also a 3-on-3. So we've got done back-to-back 3-on-3s. No, Scrolls, thankfully, the online regional is on Sunday, which I guess is technically tomorrow because it is past midnight, so it is Saturday where I live. But yeah, I got a whole another day to worry about that. But yes, I'm still playing in the online regional, and I gotta wake up early for it because it's PPG, and I think they're East Coast organizer. Oh yeah, Scrolls, yeah. We are playing in it on Sunday. Let's see. Chat, real quick, because we're waiting and we've got an extra 30 minutes that I didn't realize that we had, I'm going to be taking a quick screenshot for Instagram, TikTok, because I'm now posting on those platforms, trying to at least regularly, trying to post about every day, every other day, stuff like that, just being more consistent on it. So I'm going to take a quick screenshot. It's going to be a little cringe, chat, but if you could say hello do a nice little wave for chat. It's going to be part of the screenshot of me telling everyone that we're live right now. Yo, what up, Blinks? Why are you awake? Don't you wake up early to, like, work out or something? But chat, say cheese. I'll see you in a second. Yo, what up, Husky? How are you today? What's good? I'm trying to get the screenshot, like, on my phone, chat. I don't know if the links to, there it is. I don't know if the links to my TikTok and my Instagram are on. Yo, what up, Lancelot? I don't know if they're on in the description on YouTube. They might be. Live now. Come through. There we go. Chad, this is what people call content. People call this content, chat. The One Piece might be real, Steven. You're right. It might be real. It also might be the friends that we made along the way. All right, Chad. Let me just real quick post on TikTok that we're live. I'll post on Twitter more closer to the tournament. Your story right there. But there's a couple of regionals that are happening today, right? Like there's a regional that's happening in Europe today. I saw Skepas was tweeting about it. Right, and then there's one in Mexico, I think, happening today. Mexico had some big print problems. Oh, yeah. I know a lot of places that got... a lot of places that had issues with like print and stuff. But I hope you get some boxes if you want some. Stressing about which deck to take to the Australian regionals. Red Green Smoker, try the OP13 Ace. Seems nasty. Oh, I would take Ace. If you're trying to, I mean, if you're trying to take like the better deck, it's Ace for sure. You're so attractive, AJ. Oh, did Oda confirm that it's not the friends that they made along the way? Yeah, buenos noches, Kraken. Estoy bien. Estoy bien. I forgot how to say tired in Spanish. It's probably been like 10 years since I've taken a Spanish class, so my Spanish very limited. But I am so ready for this tournament. I've been anxiously like refreshing the... I've been refreshing this page, the official YouTube channel, trying to figure out if there was going to be a live stream today or not. Perfect. Yo, what up, Chris? Hope your graveyard shift's going well. Can't find 5-cost smoker and red green, you just lose. It's definitely easier to manage with smoker when with the PRB stuff that came out, but yes, it is very dependent on 5-cost. I think the Emu mirror matches are pretty interesting too. I think we had some in the last 3v3 cup. It was pretty, I mean, it's intricate. Like most mirror matches are pretty intricate. Cansado. Hey, hope your work goes well, friend. I also hate how long they take for these tournaments, but I also kind of hate that with these tournaments, like, it's been like 4 weeks since we've had a tournament, right? That's been live streamed. But as I said this earlier, but between tonight and until December 13th, there's 8 major tournaments happening in Japan, which is crazy. We're about to get to the lots of championship season. Oh, Mexico Regionals is today and Sunday. Nice. I'm gonna have to try to look for results. I don't think they're gonna reveal OP14 because EBO3 hasn't released yet, and there's only like 2 or 3 more EBO3 cards that they need to reveal in order for us to get the entire set list. So if I had to take a guess, tonight they reveal the rest of EBO3 because it releases in like 2 weeks. Well, to my understanding, in the Japan Championships, it's like the Japan Bandai is the one who like produces and runs it. So like the only comparison that you can make is Bandai Card Fest, right? Because every other like regional that you do, whether that's like online or offline, is not, for the most part, is not run by Bandai themselves. It's run by like grassroots, like small people. Like, so this regional right here is a really good example. This core TCG, the Gundam regional that Eggman and I did, he's the one that did everything. He set everything up. He brought all the equipment. Like, he ran this entire stream, and so he gets like what he can do, whereas these regionals, I'm pretty sure, are just like straight up produced, funded, everything by Bandai. So it's like there's way more production and stuff put into this because they own it. Or, well, I guess I don't know if they own this. I'd have to ask Eggman. No, Ace is a good deck if you want to pick up singles for it, for sure. The reaction to Big Mom in that EBO3 card, I didn't believe that it was Big Mom at first. I thought everybody was trolling. Hey, just practice the matchup a lot, Chris. Sleeper deck you think it'll show up? No, not red-green. Blue-green Sanji. Zoro Sanji. Hey, Morticia. Nope, you can't be on the desk. That has always been the rule. They might reveal... I guess it could be like the first trailer for OP14, right? It could be the first trailer that they do. But I don't know. We still have EBO3. When does OP14 release? OP14 One Piece TCG release date. That's for English. Where's Asia? I guess I could try to find it here. Also, why do they have the old website? Products. Do they not have OP14 on here? I don't know when it comes out. Yeah, I don't know when it comes out. It shouldn't be that far away. Yeah, I think the Italian regional is also today. I don't know if there's a stream for it, though. If anything, I don't know if Luigi is, like, restreaming it or hosting it. He could be. Is he live? No, I don't see Luigi live right now. My favorite deck of all time is Blue Nami. OP03, it's banned. Do you think there's going to be out of the ordinary leaders or mostly 13 leaders? I think it's going to be mostly 13 leaders, but I think what you're going to see probably the most out of the quote-unquote random is probably Bello Betty. I would consider Sabo probably to be in that random, and like Zoro Sanji, I think. Probably Red Green Smoker as well. I think the Luffy, probably a purple Luffy in there is probably a good one. Yo, good luck in the online regional. My biggest tip is go to the bathroom when you can, right? And have snacks when you can. Especially Nezumi, because like if you've ever been to like any regional, like sometimes those rounds can just be back to back to back to back to back. So especially because you're in the comfort of your own home, you don't have to wait in a line for the restroom or anything like that, or like whatever. You know, make sure that you're hydrating all day. Make sure that you're, going to the bathroom when you can. And also one thing is make sure that everything is visible on your webcam. There's a lot of people that like, because there's not enough light or whatever, or, things are kind of off frame. Make sure that everything on your field is visible, and don't be afraid to ask a question to your opponent. Oh, comes out mid-November. Yeah, so we should be getting if OP13 comes out mid-November, then we should be getting a reveal soon for like a trailer. It's going to be on Twitch, you think? I would imagine. I mean, Luigi, especially if it's Italy, right? Because isn't Luigi from Italy? I'm pretty sure he's Italian. It's either that or what's the tournament organizer out there? No Heroes? Is No Heroes the organizer? They usually have a stream. I won't watch it though, because they send out DMCAs. And I don't want to get into DMCA chat. If they gave me permission, I would, but they have not done that. A yellow Bonnie would also be really cool, I think. Yeah. If I bet, I bet we could see some EBO3 alts. They probably show in person the SPs for sure, right? Maybe the manga Uta. They probably do both of those. Bounce Man, Luffy, treasure rares for cheap. The market's real weird right now. I don't know how I feel about it. Pi, thank you so much for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good night, friend. Chat, make sure before we get going in this tournament and whatnot, and we still got like 45 minutes left before they even start the stream. But make sure to please give a like on YouTube on the stream. And if you're watching on Twitch, please make sure to follow. I do this full time and I stay up for you guys. I stay up and do this for you guys. Yo, what's up, Noah? Also, in terms of Marry Me, what you said, chat, for anyone who did not see recently, this was posted in the PPG Discord server. A new ruling update for One Piece. Cards that have been signed or written on, cards that have been signed or written or otherwise written on their front face may be used, provided the writing does not obstruct play. For example, cards that have their text excessively obscured or that have inappropriate content written on them may not be used. However, tournament participants must also prepare a version of the card, blah, 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 blah. Anyways, chat, in summary, you are now officially able to use signature cards in One Piece. So all those cards at like Dallas and stuff, chat, that you guys gave me, all of these are tournament legal. All of these are tournament legal. Chat, we should combine our powers. I should get a deck and you guys should sign every single card. If anybody didn't see this, this is a new thing that came out this morning, I think. It was either this morning or last night. Also, follow me on Twitter at Atrocious Jake. I am funny sometimes. Most of the time, I think. Anything worth an EBO3, Wayne, you say? It's really hard to tell right now. EBO3 is... I mean, it's not out yet, but it's also it's heroines, right? And so I know people joke about it, the waifu tax, like on cards, but I think that's going to be very real for the set because the set looks gorgeous. Yes, and any language Dawn cards are also legal. That's something that's been announced in the last couple weeks. Yeah, those are also legal. So it's really exciting. I'm really happy with the direction of not only any language Dawn cards, as long as they're official Dawn, but also having signatures on cards. Magic the Gathering does that. They allow you to have cards with signatures on them, and I really like that about Magic. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be cool. You do have to make sure though that if you decide to bring any signature cards, chat, you do have to have a card at the ready to be able to show your opponent, like, hey, this is the card, here's what it says, without any like writing on it or whatever. Now the new flex is not manga or SP cards, it's signed cards. Green Uta with all Uta cards signed by Otto is going to be the... Oh, yeah. I mean, I know some people that have some like signed cards from like some big time people. So it's going to be really cool. I'm really excited about it. Oh, well, it should be like OP13 should be coming out in Japan like sometime in November, because OP13 came out in like August. So it should be like, I think it's like right before Thanksgiving, I think is probably what it is. But yeah, we don't know for sure, but I think it's a pretty good guess. All languages legal when the merge happens. I think it would be interesting if all languages would be legal, but also like I think the problem with that is I think you run into like this weird scenario where like I can run Japanese cards in unofficial tournaments. I could like lie to my opponent on what they do. Like you would have to have, if hypothetically they were to create a rule that said that you could use any language cards, right? You would have to have, I think it would be very similar to the signed cards, where you would also have to implement a rule that you have to, if you do have any foreign cards in your deck or your native language, right, for the card game, you probably have to prepare a card of that like language that is in your homeland to be able to show your opponent. That's not 100% true, Sup. Gundam allows any language resources, tokens, and EX base. Yo, what's up, Inferno? They should catch up. I think it's supposed to happen like late next year. It is not a quick thing. It is, when they announced it earlier this year, I think it was, it's gonna take a long time, like over a year, to be able to do that. So it's still in the plans, it's just in process. It just takes a while. No, we looked it up just a second ago, Noah. There's no official date yet. It might be with block rotation, or it might be a little bit later than that. I know that Kardi Kaizoku has a calendar. Kardi Kaizoku simultaneous release. He had like this chart that I always look back on. That is like the guesstimations. Yeah. So he has like this chart, which I think is very good. So the rotation hits right here. Right when the West gets like OP15. And then we're, according to his calculations, which have been pretty spot on, I think for the most part, this is only going to be like 6 days off, this November 1st date right here. And I think OP12 was only like a couple days off. It should be around like September or so. It should be like this. I think if I was going to take a guess on simultaneous release, it'd be like this. Also, go watch Kardi Kaizoku's video. It's very good. And also support him as a content creator because I love him. Alting the deck, if we could allow foreign cards, would be a lot easier. But also, as we're saying in chat, the cost of those foreign cards would probably go up. It might get to a point where like Japanese cards are always cheaper than English cards, right? But it would still cause the average Japanese card to go up. So in theory, yes, like alting would be easier, but the gap would shorten if they allowed every card. Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh does that method. I didn't know that. I see messages at about the same time, Noah. I see them at about the same time. Yeah, still about a year to go. Sometimes I just like finish a thought before I go on to the next message. Well, what the point is, Inferno, is like I could buy a Japanese 9-cost Zoro manga rare and slide it in my deck. But instead, and that would be the Japanese version. But for my English version, I can have a Learn Together, non-hollow, non-foil, just piece of, like, real card, but a piece of paper 9-cost Zoro. Right? Which is probably like a $400 difference. So that I think that's what a lot of people mean when they talk about how it's cheaper, right? Because I don't have to buy an English manga Zoro. How good would you say Red Green Luffy is? I think it's a fun deck. I think it's a viable deck. I don't think it's in the top 5 decks in the format, unfortunately, which makes it really hard when it's not a jungle meta. But I think it's really cool. We have a game on the channel from the last 3v3, which showcased Red Green Luffy, and it was a sick deck. I loved it. Yeah, the French treasure rares are good. I don't have any. The only... where is it? I can't remember where I put it, but I have a Chinese treasure rare, and it's really cool. What do I think about Zanji and OP13? I think it's a good deck. It's one of the better, like, aggressive decks, I think, in the format, because you just go so fast. It's very similar to Red Green Luffy in the sense of, like, its position in the meta, where, like, you're not a top 5 deck, so it's really tough, but you can break through. Excuse me. Yeah, Red Green Luffy is cool. Red Green Luffy's fun. I'm excited for all those leaders to come out. Also, Casanova and Inferno, thank you so much for following on Twitch. I appreciate it, friends. Chat, thank you so much to everyone who's here, who's hanging out, who's vibing on this Thursday night. What time is it where you're from, by the way? Don't say where exactly you live, because I don't want you to dox yourself. But what time is it where you guys are? I'm always curious about this, especially like where my audience is in the world. It is 12:28 a.m. where I live. I'm on West Coast. 9:30 a.m., 1:30 for you. Thursday, Friday, isn't it? It is Saturday technically now. Did I say Thursday night? I think I said Thursday night. I'm terrible. 3:30? Holy smokes. Also, chat, for anyone who is watching, maybe you're on the East Coast, it is 3:30 a.m. for you. This VOD will be public on both Twitch and YouTube, whatever platform you prefer viewing on. So, if you got to go to bed, because I would be tired too if it was 3:30. I'm going to be tired after the end of this stream for sure. If you got to go to bed and you got to catch up the rest in the morning, no worries, no harm, no foul. You got to do what you got to do. This VOD will be here for you. And also, chat, I'm working on also Lunacraft Gaming. Did I say hi to you? I don't know if I did. I wouldn't surprise me in this 3v3 if we saw another red-green Luffy. Because in the 3v3s, chat, you can't repeat leaders and you can't repeat color codes, right? So you can't have 2 mono black leaders or 2 red blue leaders, right? So they have to have different leaders. So some people just choose like their third option a lot of times in like these tournaments to be something a little bit more wacky. But I've been trying, chat, to set up my stream to put the cards on screen automatically in English like I do for my videos, but I haven't gotten that done yet. I'm going to be working on it a lot in this coming week, but I haven't done that yet. So I will, as usual, put out single videos of these matches with the English card appearing on screen. With the idea, hopefully, I'm hoping that in 2 weeks, I can do it to where when you're watching stream right now, I can get the English cards up on screen. That's what I'm hoping for. Thoughts on EBO3 Vivi? The EBO3 Vivi is definitely better than the OP04 Vivi. It is very much an upgrade. I don't know how good it's going to be, though. It's definitely in a better position, but it's not like it's going to crack the meta or anything like that. I play a lot of Pokemon as well, marry me. I play Pokemon as well. Pokemon is a game that I've actually been playing longer than any other game. Fun fact. I know some people that play the Hololive TCG, and I've heard some good things about it. I also, I don't play it as much anymore, but I've played a lot of Weiss Schwartz. No, I don't think it'll be that consistent. I think there's going to be a lot of fun that you can do with Vivi, and I think there's going to, like, if you just want to play the Vivi deck, I think you have a good enough deck that you can just grind the locals with, you know, have fun, take it to a regional, do relatively well at a regional level, right? But I would be shocked if EBO3 Vivi like won a tournament, like won a major tournament, you know? I think it's an upgrade to the OP04 Vivi, but I don't think it's not like it's an emu deck, you know? Yo, see you later, Kraken. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming in. I am excited for the Zoro Sanji stuff. I think Zoro Sanji is going to be a ton of fun in 13. It's a bit different because of the new pieces that are coming out and stuff, but I think they're really good, and I think they're fun. Oh, yeah. Like, it's definitely an aggro deck, Noah. But I think if you call it like an aggro deck, it's not similar to Ace or Emu, because neither of those are aggro decks. OP Pokemon and Digimon? Some people told me about Grand Archive. I've played a handful of games of Grand Archive. I like it. I haven't gotten like too competitive into Grand Archive. I've only played, I know how to play it. Well, I'd have to refresh myself. But I've played a couple games and I like it. I haven't played Flesh and Blood either, but I have a friend who's like a pro Flesh and Blood player. He like travels the world playing Flesh and Blood. He just won a big giant tournament not too long ago, like last weekend. He loves it, and I want to eventually learn how to play it. But chat, thank you so much for everyone who's coming in. The tournament, or at least the live stream for the tournament, should be starting here in about 25, 26 minutes. So we're just vibing and chilling. Originally, the live stream was supposed to start at this time right now, but they pushed it back 30 minutes. So we're just hanging out for 30 more minutes. Don't you love my beautiful, beautiful music and chat? How many times can I say chat in a row? Future card buddy fight? Like buddy, like Vanguard? I don't think I know what one you're talking about. Chat, I'm rocking a wild cherry Pepsi this evening. Trying to get ready, chat. Trying to soup us up for the tournament. I also apologize, chat, for double pinging you in Discord today. I apologize for that. I was so excited about the tournament happening tonight that I double pinged you guys. Yeah, One Piece, I mean, One Piece is huge. I don't know. Well, Pokemon is bigger than it's ever been before. That one I know that I can say. Like, regionals used to be, like, when I first started playing, regionals used to be, like, consistently, like, somewhere between, like, 800 to 1,200 players, right? The Las Vegas regional happening next month had like 3,000 people that signed up for the tournament. That's insane. And I think like 2,000 or so of them are TCG masters. So Pokemon is huge. I assume Magic is huge because you have this, you have the, I don't want to say the old heads, but the old heads. You have the veteran players that have just been playing for so long, and you have so many different formats that you can play. You can draft, you can play modern, you can play, don't they have like a retro format kind of deal? Maybe not, but they have so many different formats that you can play. And then now you have the introduction of like Final Fantasy, Spider-Man, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like, I know so many people that learned how to play Magic the Gathering because of the Final Fantasy set. So like, those two are doing great. I don't know how Yu-Gi-Oh's doing right now. I can't say any testament to that. But One Piece is pretty big. One Piece is up there. Guess on a dark horse or surprise deck for this tournament, what would you guess? Zoro Sanji. Genuinely. Like, genuinely Zoro Sanji. Oh, is made the same time as Vanguard. Future card buddy fight. Maybe I have heard somebody talk about it before. Whoo. Chat, I was gonna like, chat, did anybody play Little Nightmares today? Roger, thank you so much for following. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you do well in this tournament today. Goldie Roger. Has anybody picked up, did anybody pick up Little Nightmares 3? Because it released day. Yo, what up, Conair Network? How are you? Chat, if you like POV gameplay of the One Piece trading card game. Conair Network over here. That's my guy. I love watching those. I would say, like, the player base of Pokemon is very small in comparison to the grand aspect of the Pokemon trading card game, but the Pokemon player base is huge. I think the Pokemon player base is huge. I think OP events should raise their cap for sure. I definitely think they should open up their cap a little bit more. I think we should stop doing 512. Core TCG, if you're listening, Bandai. Well, actually, no. Bandai's the one who tells them what the tournament is that they can run. So, Bandai, if you're listening, stop having Core TCG do 512 tournaments. Let them do 1024. Please. I was playing Little Nightmares 3 earlier, just like right before stream, because we bought it. My girlfriend and I, we got it for the PlayStation 5. And I'm about halfway through the game, and it's pretty good. The controls are still slightly infuriating, though. So that's one thing that I wish that they would change in Little Nightmares that they haven't. Yo, what up, Worst Generation? You guys would be surprised how much One Piece TCG YouTube I watch. You guys would be surprised. I am very omnipresent in a lot of One Piece TCG YouTube because I like to study. I like to study YouTube content as a whole. Japan doesn't want the scene to appear bigger in the West. That might be. I don't know how true that is. I don't know how true that is. As someone who like follows Japanese Pokemon as well, because Japanese Pokemon events are huge. And I mean the production quality and level that Pokemon puts on for the English or Italian or Hispanic, like those events, I don't know, because like TPC, which is Japan, which is the Pokemon company Japan, is technically the boss of TPCI, the Pokemon Company International, which is like the West, but also the Pokemon Company International is their own entity. It's very confusing. They do their premiere events what you may be hearing Conair Network more is that they don't want the West to do the same thing. So like the West in America, we do in Pokemon best of 3, 50 minutes, where they do best of 1. I think that's what more the in terms of what I've heard from like Japanese players, that's what that means more, is they don't want to do best of 3. If they do best of 3, if they want to do best of 3, they literally just participate in an American regional. Hey, thank you, Worst Generation. It's hard not to watch the like Japanese matches, you know? Yeah, I kind of wish that Japanese and English or Western Pokemon cards were the same kind of card. They're two different cards for anyone who does not know, and it's infuriating sometimes. But it is what it is. I mean, for a while, English had the Pokeball opening up the wrong way. I think I have a card that actually has that. Yeah, I have this card right here. Let me full screen it for you guys. So chat, here is this Pokemon card where the Pokeball is opening up the wrong way. If you know Pokemon, the little like button in the middle should be connected to the red part. It should not be connected to the silver. So let's see. This Pokemon card should... No, does this Pokemon card not have it correct? Or wait a minute, do I have it flip-flopped? Do I have it wrong? The button should... Or wait, do I need a Japanese card to show you guys? Yeah. Okay, so here's a Japanese card. So do you see how the Pokeball is attached, or the button is attached to the... Here, I'll put it side by side. This is the Japanese card that is correct. This is the incorrect one that is English. And so that's a huge thing for me personally. Let me go back to this. Ohayo gozaimasu. Ohayo gozaimasu. Yo, what up, Spooky Bandit? The OP13 Vivi? Yeah, I mean, you're basically... I mean, if you run the Vivi and the Nami, you're just a Straw Hat, like, rush deck. And so then it really depends on, like, what's better, like, Vivi or ST21 Luffy. Because ST21 Luffy top cut the Brisbane Regionals. But also, you can just give things rush, right? That didn't already have to have rush. Whereas the Brisbane Regionals ST21 Luffy deck, there's like 16 rush cards in that deck. I'm not very far in the anime manga. I'm in Ennis Lobby. I just started Ennis Lobby. So I do know Vivi and Alabasta, but there's a lot of things I don't know. A lot of stuff I don't know. Chat, real quick, I'm going to run and grab my charging brick that's in another room. I'll be right back. I'll keep this on for you guys. I am going to play an advertisement on Twitch and YouTube, so then you guys maybe don't get them like when the stream starts and like when we get a game or whatever. So I'll be right back, chat. It'll be like 30 seconds at most. Okay. Whew. We're back, chat. Just wanted my brick for my phone. 'Cause I don't want my phone to die. Who is the Karoo over in the left sign by? I don't remember, because that was a while ago, and it's also a signature that I can't read. I know Conair Network signed one of these. Yeah, the Trafalgar Law right here. That's who I thought it was at first, but... I mean, that's just how the market is, Way Gaming. Sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. I mean, if you listen to me, you would have known not to buy Marcos at $50. If you're subscribed to me, because you could buy them right now for less than 20 a piece. Look at this. Look at this right here. Bam. Bam. Shipping included. Got your last two for 18 apiece. Nice. Nice. I don't have any yet, and I probably won't have any for a long time. But I will get them. I will get them, because I am sure that there is a deck that I want to play that has them. I just don't think you need them in Zoro Sanji's, so I won't play them. Not yet, at least. Maybe eventually you need them. But not in the versions that I'm playing, chat. Trap and Robbie Lev, thank you so much for following over on Twitch. I hope you're having a good day. Chat, we are less than 100 followers away on Twitch from 3,000. So make sure if you're on Twitch, give a nice like. Yo, Escavalier. Marco's sick. I mean, if you guys saw in the Eggman results from his tournament, there was a Marco that got 5th, got top 8. Oh, I guess you guys can't really see the... There we go. This list got top 8 in the Eggman tournament. It's actually really cool. I like this list. I think it's really sick. I mean, I love the Marco in this deck, right? I love the Law in this deck. The Law just synergizes well with this, with this, with this. Some good stuff. I like the addition of Mr. 3 as well. I think that's cute, especially when you play so many Ivankoffs. I feel like the time to take this out, though, you don't need this anymore. Right? Now that you have this as well, you don't need the pudding. Come on, you don't need the pudding. I feel like it's an unnecessary card. Oh, Chad, the stream has started. Let's see. I'm going to turn off the music. Go to full screen. Make sure we're at 1080p. Nice chat. Should be starting soon. Yeah, Marco got 5th. It was pretty crazy. It's pretty cool. Cool deck. You didn't miss much. No games. You didn't miss games. Whoo! I think that they do two completely different things, though. So I don't think they replace... I don't think Vivi replaces at all. Like, Marco's a control deck. He's not an aggro deck. So I don't think they replace... I don't think it like, they're not comparable. Yeah, they're red-blue, and they might use some of the same cards. But, like, Vivi is trying to end the game very quickly, whereas Marco is fine when the game goes on a long time. That's my opinion, though. The control version of Vivi, I guess I don't know a lot about it. I need to watch more Vivi videos. But like the videos that I have seen of Vivi, I was like, oh, it's a fun deck. It's a fun deck. It's a cool deck. I don't know how high I'd rank it though. YouTube is the best. Chat, all of you, both YouTube and Twitch. You guys are cute. Escavalier, also, thank you so much for following. Yo, what up, Killjoy? Power creep is happening with the release of Roger and Ace. No, I think power creep is happening because of Ace and Emu. I mean, there's power creep in every single card game that you play over time. And so, like, because you have to constantly be able to sell sets. And so it makes sense that, you know, this new set, shiny new set, has some of the best decks in the game. I think that's what they try to do a lot of times. And I think that's what a lot of card games do. Whether that's healthy or not, that's a whole other conversation, but Emu and Ace are the big ones of power creep. Roger is good, don't get me wrong, but like it's definitely It's definitely Ace and Emu. Then you still got Zoro in there from OP12. That's just a sick deck. I'm going to take a quick screenshot chat for Twitter. I'm going to take a quick screenshot. So if you see me cringe and, you know, give the random peace sign, that's why. There we go. I didn't want to post on Twitter until we got closer to the actual live stream. Why did that unminimize? Or full screen? What? I'll put that back at full screen here shortly. Let's see. Do the crazy emoji. Then we got YouTube. I need to grab the YouTube link. Twitch. HTTPS. Twitch.tv/Atrocious. Jake. Post both Twitch and YouTube. All right. We do, though, chat, need to be ready for... We need to be ready for... whatchamacallit? The leader breakdown. So the way that a 3-on-3 works, good job, or good question, Breaker. Hope you're having a good day. Also, Nate, what's up? The way that a 3-on-3 works is that you have teams of 3, right? And you're competing against other teams of 3. Your team has to win 2 out of the 3 games in the 3v3, right? You're basically competing in like 3 1v1s, right? The first person of each group matches up. The second person of each group matches up. And the third person matches up. And so you got to win 2 out of the 3 games to move to the next round. X8 with buggy time. Yo, good luck. Good luck at the regional. Yo, what's going on, Pocky? Purple Yellow Croc game you sent me? Oh, where did you send that at, Pocky? Where did you send it? Did you send it on, like, did you, like, post it in the Discord server kind of deal? Or did you, like, send it on like, Instagram? Or did you DM it to me on Twitter? Because I've been really bad at DMs lately. And I don't think I've watched it. So I want to make sure that I pull it up and watch it. Whoo. You and Actress talked about it. Oh, wait. No, I don't know. I thought I knew, but I don't think I do. The tournament should be starting in just a couple minutes, or at least the live stream part. I'll turn the music up on it a little bit. Because it said that it was going to start at 1 o'clock, and usually they go live a couple minutes early. And then, like, right at 1 o'clock, they go into it. So it should be the stream itself, and then it'll probably be like another, like, 15 minutes before they actually start the matches. I would think. I'll write that down and check it out later, Pocky. I probably won't check it out tonight just because it's so late. And the tournament's going to start here soon. I wrote it down on my sticky note. My sticky note of remembering things. Also, Vamp, I hope you're having a good day. Vamp, do you have a Makima PFP, if you don't mind me asking? Is that a Makima PFP? Because I'm a big Chainsaw Man fan. Yo, I posted, hold on, chat. I gotta show you this before the tournament starts. So Kai, chat, for anyone who does not know, competed in the 3v3 event that we're just about to watch. He competed in it with some buddies. He played Emu. He personally went 3-1-1. Team went 2-3, so they didn't make it to finals. But he went undefeated in side events with the guy. Undefeated in side events with the guy, chat. We are so going to net deck him. We are going to net deck this deck so hard, chat. I can't... Sugar! He's playing Sugar. I thought you didn't need Sugar in this deck. Oh, this is super interesting. I like that he's using the 5-cost laws. I like the laws. Sick deck. I'm so hyped for the movie too, Vamp. I haven't bought my tickets yet, but I need to. Yo, congrats, Rebel King. Congrats on the win. Smoker's a good one. Smoker's good in this format. Ooh, Red Green Luffy OP13. I like Red Green Luffy and OP13. I think it's a good viable deck. It's not like a top 5 deck, and it's not going to be, you know, like the most dominant deck in the world, but it's a good one. So, good question, Moy. 3-on-3 basically means that teams of 3 are fighting against each other. You compete, so you have 3 people on your team, and the 3 people on one team match up with 3 people on another team, and you got to win 2 out of the 3 games. That's what that means. What decks do you think will become viable or way better post EBO3? I think Uta could have some Storm. I don't know. Like, I haven't taken a look. The tourney hasn't started yet, Grass Dog. Also, I hope you're having a good day, night, Grass Dog. I haven't looked into EBO3 as much as I should because I've been so focused on like Dallas Card Fest into LA regionals next weekend, chat. And I've got 3 regionals that I'm competing in this month. So I've just been really focused on that. Yeah, of course, Rebel King. No, well, I think the best trio is Ace, Emu, and Zoro. I think Sabo's in like the top 5. No, there haven't been any no card reveals yet because the stream hasn't like started yet. If I was a betting man, which I'm not, I would bet that we'll get some EBO3 reveals because there's still some EBO3 cards left to be revealed. I bet we get at least one. And then maybe, this is my Hail Mary take, but maybe they show the OP14 trailer. I'm going to bring Zoro Sanji. That's what I'm going to play all month. To all 3 of the regionals, I'm playing Zoro Sanji. This is so loud for me. I need to turn this down on my end. It was starting to become hard hearing my own thoughts. There's a lot of decks in EBO3 that I feel like get buffed. Getting cards for Ace, Sim hates him when you play him. I like to have a backup deck. So like right now, I'm playing Zoro Sanji, but my backup deck is Reiju. Sugar, Yuppie, Croc, and Shirahoshi get support. I love that. OP13, Dofi is yellow because then you need to buy Kumas. Are you a big Dofi fan? Like Doflamingo? Yeah, we only have like 5 cards. No, UP Sanji. I don't know. UP Sanji definitely gets a buff, but I think it would take a lot for it to become a top 5 in the format. I think we know all of the SPs. Or are there 9 SPs? Because they showed a ton of SPs the other day. They showed a ton of them. So, Doflamingo's my favorite villain for sure. I hear that a lot, actually. I know a lot of people that like Doflamingo. I also saw the Savannah Bananas. Chat, I don't know if anybody knows who the Savannah Bananas are. They're basically like the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. I saw a guy do a Doflamingo walk to home plate. Chat, we're officially getting started in this tournament. It's time. I need you to give your hype in chat. I also have to mute it because I don't want to get a copyright claim. Chat. But here we go. The 3-on-3. Ready to rock and roll. Who's ready? Oh, 1 for each SR. That would make sense. Yo, what up, 619? Yo, Sweet Cherry, what's good? Yeah, Sugar needs more events, that's for sure. I really hope that they release a black or half-black crocodile leader. Black-purple. That's my hope. Here we go, chat. It's tournament time. No, it's in anticipation, Noah. They're saying that they bought it in anticipation. We know that it's 7 Warlords of the Sea, and Buggy is a 7 Warlord of the Sea. So I think if you're going to make assumptions about the set, I think that it's safe to assume that Buggy could be one of the SP cards. Right? Because they probably build the SPs around the Warlords, if I had to take a guess. I like Blue-Green Sanji and OP13. Ikailakai just went undefeated in the side events in this tournament. I need a Tashigi type effect to protect Rosinante. That's actually really true. I wonder if purple or red in the near future would get like any kind of support like that. The championship. Yeah, I think it is too. I think they do crazy stuff out here. I think it's so cool. Hey, have a good night, Noah. Appreciate it. You haven't missed anything, Aiden Prism. We just started the stream. Or in terms of they just started the stream. We've been live for a bit. If they don't do buggy. Oh, for the manga rare? That would be interesting, Frog Champ. I'd be curious on that. I mean, they just did Uta for heroines. Did anybody expect that? Everybody was saying Robin. Well, yeah, the 3-cost Sanji protects himself, but like a blanket protection effect is what I meant. Oh, blue-green OP2 Sanji? Probably not that good because I don't know. I can't remember the leader effect off the top of my head. Yo, SSJRN, what's good? How are you, friend? Also, King, thank you so much for following on Twitch. Oh, yeah, Blackbeard was the gold SP, wasn't it, in 12? Yeah. Blackbeard was a manga in 9 and then a gold SP in 12. Or that is SP. I don't know, the high rarities always get me because I am not a high rarity kind of guy. I'm a minimum rarity dude. In Italy, it's 10 in the morning. They should have started the tournament already. So the way that 3v3s work, for anyone who does not know, it is like this. So you're on teams of 3. You can have the same kind of cards, right? But your leaders cannot be the same. You cannot have 2 mono red leaders. Like you can't have starter deck 21 Luffy and OP01 Zoro. You have to have wait, hold on. Yeah, you can't have those. You have to have like different colors as well. And you have to win 2 out of the 3 in your 3v3 battle. Yo, what up, Denny? How are you? It is 1 a.m. in the morning for me. I'm doing this for you guys. And me, obviously. Because you guys pay rent. So if you guys want to help me pay rent, make sure to please like the live stream, follow on Twitch, tell your friends, tell your husbands, tell your wives, tell your babies. I am family friendly. Fun for the whole family. This One Piece trading card game channel. Whitebeard manga in 14. I know a lot of people that'd be super happy with the Whitebeard manga in 14. They're going to be showing off the prize cards for this event, chat. Beautiful. This is the OP13 secret rare Sabo blocker, chat, for anyone who does not know. This is the blocker Sabo in OP13. Yeah, I am going to be tired. Usually this knocks me out on Saturday. Usually my Saturdays are tough. This is also the secret rare ace in OP13, for anyone who does not know. But what up, Naruto Lava? How are you? I know, these cards are so gorgeous. Mono Black Luffy? Oh, I bet it does, actually, because you can use the Sabo effect to become an 8 cost and then Luffy leader effect to be a 6k leader. Ooh, chat. Here's the deck distribution. Looks very similar to last time, actually. Shoo, what a triangle format, chat. Holy smokes. For anyone who does not know, 16 teams are running every single team in this tournament is running Emu. 15 teams are running Ace. 12 teams are running Zoro. 2 are running Blue Purple Luffy. 2 are running Gold D Roger. And then 1 is running Bello Betty. Yeah, every single team is running Emu. To not my surprise at all, actually, come to think of it. Distribution. I'm tweeting it right now, chat. Zoro to UP Luffy to Roger 1 Betty. And there we go. All right, back to focusing on you guys. What's good? Yo, Zebulon, what's good? Yeah, I mean, Bello Betty's kind of like a sleeper deck, I think, in this I think is a sleeper deck in this format because it's very similar kind of to OP11 where you're just like a cannon, right? Like you just win on like turn 1 or whatever, you know. Is OP02 Zephyr the only leader in the game without any dedicated support? No, he's Navy, right? He's Navy. There's purple and black Navy cards. It's just he doesn't have a lot of support. Yo, what up, Merc? Staying up late with me tonight? There should be 4 rounds, Manuel, because the way that they do this is they start streaming in Top Cut. So that is top 16. Right, so there's going to be top 16 round, top 8 round, top 4 round, and then finals. Or I guess what I should say is top 16. Or wait, no, I was right. Yeah, top 16, top 8, top 4, finals. Oh, nice. The European regional should be starting in a couple minutes. I won't be watching it, but all right, chat. The first round, the top 16 of this tournament, we've got 2 very different teams, right? We know that every single team in this tournament in the top cut is running Emu, so we got both of those there. But the Emu matching up with Red Blue Ace. We've got Bello Betty, the one team with Bello Betty, going to be facing against Goldie Roger this round, and Green Zoro over on the red team facing up against Emu. Going to be a very interesting match, chat. Really curious, depending on, you know, whatever the match that they choose as their feature one is. I think they're probably going to choose Bello Betty if I had to take a guess. But going to be interesting. Very excited for this. Need to pull up some deck lists before they get into the game. Chat, I am also, before they start the actual match, I'm going to run some advertisements so then you don't get advertisements in the middle of the match, chat. So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to do this so you don't get an advertisement in the middle of the match. Where's Blue Nami? She's sitting over here. I have her on my desk. I have yet to unsleeve Blue Nami. I haven't done it yet. The 3-on-3 is a cool format. I wish that the West did it more. They usually just stick to it in like side events. But I think the Pirates Party was basically the version of 3-on-3. Except a little bit different. Chat, let's go. Let's get into the match. Definitely crazy. I also saw that in this 3-on-3 tournament, a Bello Betty did go 8-1. Their team didn't make it, but a Bello Betty went 8-1 in the tournament. Yeah, I think Bello Betty's like one of the sleeper picks of this format. Now that we have a centralized format and we have slow setup decks again, like as the main focus, like Bello Betty can just win. They can just absolutely blast an opponent. but it's harder for Bello Betty, I think, in this format. Yeah, European Regionals should be starting any time now. And I think it's not PRBO2 legal, I think. Is it? Is it PRBO2? Yeah, it is PRBO2 legal, actually. So yeah, that should be starting here in a second. They actually just tweeted about it, the One Piece, official One Piece English account. So if you follow me on Twitter, I just retweeted it. It should be on Twitch. I feel like they're taking a little bit longer than usual to get into the game. More Bettys. Dang, no, show me your leader. And so coming in here, chat, we do have Bello Betty. Bello Betty, one of the most aggressive decks in the One Piece trading card game. An absolute glass cannon, right? Can play out so many different small bodies. And with that leader ability of being able to plus power on your different bodies on the field, you can lose a lot of times or win before your 10 dawn turn. So it's going to be interesting to see how Bello Betty matches up in this game. Who are they playing again? This is live Thrasher. It is. Pierre, hopefully you're enjoying the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that on Twitch. Bello Betty going to be matching up against Goldie Roger. So Roger, one of the more hyped leaders heading into this set, right, in OP13 as the first 5-life 7,000 power leader, and honestly the first 7,000 power base leader in general, has one of the more unique leader effects, right, of especially in the beginning stages of the game. Every time you're adding Dawn for your Dawn phase, you have to attach one of those Dawn that you added to your leaders. So kind of makes it an odd curve in all in this matchup. So gonna be interesting to see how this goes. Haven't watched too much of this, but if I had to take a guess, I think it's going to be advantage to Bello Betty, right? Bello Betty just being able to really capitalize against slow setup decks like Roger, right? Roger just trying to set up into the late game. Bello Betty might not even give him enough time to be able to get to the late game. No, they play their matches with their teammates. These are the teams right here. You just play 3 individual 1v1s, and you have to win 2 out of the 3. Yo, what up, John? All right, looking at the Bello Betty's hand here, you've got that 6-drop blocker Koala, a lot of blocker Karasus. There are birds, and more birds in this hand. You've got 3 of the 3-drop blocker Karasus, 1 of the 4-drop Karasu. That 4-drop Karasu might actually be pretty impactful within this matchup, right? To knock Goldie Roger down a little bit on power. And this Roger in his hand having the 1-drop Shanks, right? A very nice searcher for this deck. Has some scoopers, I believe his name is. Those 6 drops there. And also that 3-drop and also the Goldie Roger promo. So going to be some nice cards in there. That 3-drop being Douglas Bullet and the 4-drop Scooper Gavin, I believe is how he is pronounced. Thank you so much for watching as well. And if you want to watch this yourself, in the description of the video, and also if you're in the live chat right now, the pinned messages on both Twitch and YouTube, you can find the official link to the live stream. I don't own any of this content. This is just my official commentary. But let's get into it. We've got the Betty going first and is just going to pass into it. No 1-drop searchers or anything like that. I'm going to move myself up here so then you guys don't see, or that you can see, the Goldie Rogers hand, and he's going to start out first with a search, going to be searching off with that Shanks, going to look for a card of the Roger Pirates. Has plenty of different options, right, including the Divine Departure 0 cost event. So is thinking about maybe either that or the Douglas Bullet. Already has a Douglas Bullet in hand, so is just going to do the Divine Departure, right? Is going to be nice to be able to get plus 3,000 on lead, especially for the aggressive turns that Bello Betty swings a lot, but also can have a little bit of removal potential if you want. So does draw a Kuma off the top, and with the 5K swing, since Roger is still a 5K leader, Bello Betty is going to go ahead and get that first life play down Karasu. Now, Roger going into his 4 Dawn turn is going to go ahead and attach 1/2 leader because of his leader effect, right? Gaining Dawn on the turn as he had Dawn on the field. So is going to swing 6. Usually the early game, Goldie Roger is almost always going to swing 6. And we see a Blaze Slice actually in this. Bello Betty decided not to trigger that Blaze Slice, save it for later, right? With that addition of power and also potentially resting a body. And so what this Bello Betty now has the Revolutionary Army HQ stage. The Revolutionary Army HQ stage is a great card to be able to filter the hand, try to find your pieces for the coming turn. So definitely going to see Bello Betty play and utilize that. Is going to go ahead and go for it. Pitch the Blaze Slice, wanted to put that away, now revealing that to the opponent. Looks at that top 3, finds another Karasu and a Limburg in there alongside of Bello Betty. I think maybe Karasu might be one of your better choices, but goes for Bello Betty. Maybe thinking about, instead of playing Karasu on this turn, go in with like a wider board of Bello Betty and that 3-drop blocker Karasu, right? Just to be able to get more and more bodies. The official live stream is not in English, it's in Japanese, but it's the official live stream, so I always link it to you guys. Bello Betty going to start out swinging 5,000 power at lead. Bon Clay is going to be the counter out of that swing to go up to 6. And now tapping 1 for that Bello Betty on the search. A lot of cards that you're looking for right now is like 4-cost Ivankov, right? Be able to play out multiple bodies. And we see a couple cards in here that are pretty interesting, especially in OP13. We see the Lilith Searcher that was in the OP13 set for the Eggheads. Can't grab it because it's not Rev Army, but is a really nice card to be able to find cards with trigger on it, right? A nice searcher for that. So is really just thinking about a 2K Koala, right? This is the 2K Koala from OP05 that gives minus 3,000 power, but instead decides to grab Inazuma. Inazuma might be really, really good, right? To get another aggro rush body on the board to be able to once again just continuously apply pressure to the Roger opponent as they play another blocker. Karasu has not used leader effect yet, right? To be able to swing with these different Karasu bodies, just have them up as blockers right now. Now the Roger going into his 7 Dawn turn, if I can do some quick math on Roger, or actually, yeah, 7 Dawn turn, attaches 1 2 leader because I think the Douglas Bullet, Douglas Bullet did ramp 1. Now swings 6,000 power, is going to go ahead on that swing. The thing about Roger, as he's always swinging 6, right? He's not at the 7 and he's always attaching that 1 Dawn 2 leader, but because of that 6, it's always forcing you to try to have a 2K as a 5 life leader. So ends up taking that life, no trigger. It looks like it was a Lilith, I believe. That Lilith, having the activate the on play effect, decided not to do it. And a Scooper McGavin is, or Scooper Gabon is going to come in. I'll get his name right eventually. Right on play, if your leader has the Roger Pirates type included, draw 2, trash 1 from your hand, and then ramp a Dawn from your Dawn deck as rested. So pretty much every card that Roger is going to play in this deck has some sort of on-play ability to ramp a Dawn to be able to get to that 10 very quickly, right? Because that's kind of your magic numbers. So does have to decide what he wants to pitch on this right here. He's thinking about either pitching the Roger or the Shanks. Is going to go ahead with the Roger, right? The Shanks, a little bit harder to find if you play another one of those one-drop Searcher Shanks, right? Because Shanks can't grab Shanks, and the 10-drop Shanks does not have Roger Pirates typing. So typically a lot of these Rogers play multiple of the 10-drop Goldie Rogers. So you can probably find one again later in this game. So on the draw for turn now, Bello Betty going into their 7 Dawn turn does have that Ivankov in the hand that I was talking about earlier to be able to get another body on the board and fill out an entire 5. Is going to go ahead with that Revolutionary Army HQ stage to just do a little bit of filtering and do a little bit of top searching. Does find a Bello Betty searcher, right? Really prioritizing those searchers on the field, especially as the Goldie Roger is still a 5K leader, right? A leader effect, a single leader effect can get those Bello Betties to be able in the early game to swing at Roger. Is it Scopper? Is it Scopper? I like saying Scooper. I think it's way more fun. So Bello Betty looking like they're going to play this Koala down before potentially doing leader effect. And so is going to go ahead, take that life right there to be able to play another body out onto the field. It's going to be Ivankov. And usually with that Ivankov, right, we'll probably see a leader effect pop off on this Bello Betty to be able to boost some power and be able to play another body onto the field because of the Emporio Ivankov effect. Oh, yeah, it's Scopper, isn't it? It's Scopper, yeah. And so is going to go ahead and boost 3 bodies, the Ivankov, Bello Betty, and that top Karasu up there. You see the dice that the official live stream is using to help the viewer base and their casters, including their unofficial casters like myself, be able to recognize where exactly everything is. So this Bello Betty, now swinging for 5,000 power, is going to have to command a card off of this swing, and so does get rid of the Douglas Bullet right here. Now utilizing the Ivankov effect, right, because Ivankov is over 7,000 power right now, is going to play out a 5,000 power or less character, Karasu, right, and now Karasu with the on-play effect, minusing 1,000 power on Roger. This 6,000 power swing is going to go at a 4,000 power Goldie Roger, and so he's going to end up taking that life, right, and I like this swing right here, another 7,000 power swing from this Karasu blocker over at the Goldie Roger as he's a 4,000 power leader is going to quickly put him down to 2 and still have 2 blockers out on the field with that active Karasu and a Koala. So now moving into the Goldie Rogers turn, he is going to be at a full 10 Dawn, but still because he added Dawn from his Dawn deck onto the field, he is going to have to attach 1 2-liter. So only has 9 Dawn to work with, cannot play the 10 cost Shanks. But one of the cards that he does have in his hand is that 8 cost promo Roger, which I think is going to be very relevant coming into this turn. Starts out with the Douglas Bullet, though, and because you have 8 or more Dawn cards on your field, that Douglas Bullet actually swinging 6,000 power at that Karasu. A nice swing, right, to be able to get rid of these bodies that Bello Betty is going to produce. And it's going to stay that way, right, because that power boost is an ongoing effect, so you're going to see it on the defensive side. This 7,000 power swing from Scopper Gavin, I think Scooper is a funnier name, but I'll go with the Scopper, is going to go ahead and swing 7,000 power now at lead, blocking and 2K'ing with the Koala, right, to get up to 8,000 power. Now, this Goldie Roger has a little bit to think about, right? You've got to think about what exactly you want to... I think you almost always play the 8 cost Roger on this turn, right, to be able to get that power boost because you're at 10 Dawn, right, you become a huge leader, especially in the face of those 4-drop Karasu. So now Goldie Roger, a 9,000 power leader at this point. Definitely going to be a huge body, and swinging at that koala is going to go ahead and block with that Karasu, pass off the turn, and we go back to Bello Betty. I think Bello Betty now going to be at 9, if I'm not mistaken, at this point. So still has plenty of Dawn to work with right now, still has some aggressive plays to make. I think because we've got like Inazuma for a little bit of rush, we got another koala blocker if we want to decide to do that to get a little bit of extra defense in this coming turn. But utilizing the stage to start out, putting Morley away. Morley has that unblockable trait on him, right, which can be very effective. But I think it's best to just pitch that and try to maybe get some counter or something that can more help you on this turn. Finds in 4-cost Ivankov yet again, so is thinking about grabbing that card. Didn't want the Kuma there, that 2-drop Kuma, so puts the Ivankov in hand. Whew. Big yawn there, chat. It is 1:30 a.m. Now the Bello Betty has to really decide on whether or not they want to go ahead and start playing some bodies first or go in with some swings. And I think utilizing this Bello Betty right here, maybe trying to find a 4-cost Karasu, right? The 4-cost Karasu would be great to play off one of the Ivankovs. Did not find it on this search. Does have a 2K Koala, which I don't think you can be very mad at, right? Just getting a little bit more counter in the hand. But remember that Roger is a 9,000 power leader through this turn. So, going to be very, very hard to swing with on this, right? Your 4-cost Karasu, thankfully, is more than likely going to make him an 8,000 power leader, but he doesn't need a lot of counter to be able to get out of a lot of these swings. So I think Goldie Roger actually sitting in a pretty decent spot right now. No blockers on the field, but especially now being at 7,000 power as a leader at the base and the ability potentially to be able to play out these cards to give you extra power through your opponent's turn is going to be very, very good, right? He's got a fair amount of counter in hand, I will say, especially with that 1-cost event and also the Divine Departure. I don't think Bello Betty has used their leader effect yet, so could be thinking a little bit about what they want to play exactly. I think probably the Koala is very good to play here, right? Especially because you got to start thinking about the 10-cost Goldie Roger, right? If that 10-cost Goldie Roger comes on the field and you have no life, this game is going to be very difficult to be able to win and not die on the turn, especially staring at the face of a 10,000 power character in that 8-cost Goldie Roger. So is thinking about 2 Dawn right now. What would you be attaching? Is manually attaching to the Ivankov to be able to put out the Inazuma on the field. This is a really interesting play right here, right? You may be wondering why they didn't use leader effect on the Ivankov, but by attaching that Dawn to the Ivankov to get out the Inazuma, you can actually buff up the Inazuma to be able to get that rush right on the field, right? That extra power, because Karasu, Ivankov fits that threshold for the Inazuma to gain rush, and now he's a 7,000 power swing himself, and you have a ton of Dawn to be able to go in and try to swing. The Ivankov is the only, well, actually Karasu and Ivankov are able to swing without attaching any Dawn right now, but is looking like they're battling a little bit of board now. So looks like swinging at the Douglas Bullet and minusing the Scopper Gabbin right there. So is going to get that knockout, 8,000 power swinging at 6. And now attaching 1 Dawn to the Inazuma is now swinging at the Scopper, I feel like. A 6,000 power character on the field, right? Minus 1,000 power by Karasu. So really testing out the hand, saying, you know what? I'm going to lose if I leave all these bodies on the board. So I'm going to start going in and swinging, controlling the board myself to be able to then blast you later, right, when you have nothing on the field. So is going to get that knockout right there. Does not want to give up any cards at this point, especially because stuff like your 10-cost Shanks is a rush character, right? You're oftentimes going to be fine. You know, you've got abilities with the Silver Israeli, with the 10-cost Shanks, to be able to get the extra swings in on the field. And so now attaches 4 Dawn and swings 9,000 power at lead, matches the leader, ends up countering 1k out of that. And now this Ivankov with 3 Dawn attached and 3,000 power is, I think, an 11,000 power swing, if my math is correctly. And so is going to use that 1-cost event for plus 3,000 power on the leader. The let's go, or let's give it a go and kill each other if we're still alive is, I believe, the name of the event, or at least the translation of the event in English. So plus 3,000 power to the leader on the battle is going to go up to 12 to get out of that 11,000 power swing. Now Goldie Rogers sitting at this point has a full 10 Dawn, does not have to attach 1 to leader, does go back down to 7,000 power as a leader, but is going to go ahead and attach 1 and play 8. This is going to get the Silver Israeli out onto the field. And with the Silver Israeli, because you attach 1 Dawn to your leader, you're going to be able to rest a 5-cost or less on your opponent's side of the field, which is the Bello Betty. So I think now going in with these bodies, swinging at these other bodies on the field, now going in Shanks into the Bello Betty, trying to see if you want to give up a card for this right now. A 2,000 on 2,000 power battle is still a critical part in the game, right? Do you use your free block? You could lose if you use your free block, actually, with the Koala. So do you want to use it then? But is trying to command another swing at potentially this Bello Betty, countering out of that, just saying, you know what? I need to try to maximize the amount of bodies on my field. If I can counter out of this now, it's going to be able to maximize my chances later to be able to go for a game. So the Silver Israeli swinging at the Karasu and ending up letting that go. Now the 10,000 power Goldie Rogers is going to take a knockout on the Ivankov, and now with the Rogers swing, 8,000 power swing, the Koala and 2K 1K going to be able to get out of, or was it 2K 1K or 2K 2K actually? Might have been 2K 2K to get out of that swing there. Or actually, no, 2K 1K. Inazuma off the top deck actually is really, really good right here. Inazuma is actually the one card that you might need to win this game, because I think you have to go for game now at this point if you're the Bello Betty, right? Very intimidating field right now. You're still only at 1 life, and you don't have any cards in hand except for this Inazuma. So Inazuma definitely going to be played down on this turn. It's all going to be about the math. How much counter do you think that this Goldie Roger has at this point? He does have a fair amount of counter right now, right? The Divine Departure, all he's got to do is be able to discard 1 other card from hand, and he's going to be able to get 3,000 power for the battle, right? And so especially with 1 Dawn open for that 1-cost event for another 3,000 power and the couple 2Ks in the Sanji and Buggy, it's going to be really tough to be able to go for game at this point, I think, for the Bello Betty, even though I think they have to. They actually pitched the Inazuma, and you know what? That kind of makes sense, because you need to pitch a card anyway for your leader effect on Bello Betty, so you're actually not thinking about playing Inazuma at all right now. You're likely just going to be using the card in your hand to be able to use for leader effect, and you're just thinking about how these 4 swings can potentially go for game. Yeah, he's going to have to trash it from hand. I didn't think about that until like he pitched it off the HQ stage, and I was like, oh wait. And so is going to grab the 2K Koala right here. None of the games are finished yet. And remember, your team has to win 2 out of the 3 games in this matchup, in this 3v3 tournament, to be able to advance in the next round. So you play it as best you can, and you try your best to give your teammates a win. Especially because the Goldie Roger only had 1 search in that Shanks. It's very unknown how much counter is actually in the hand for the Goldie Roger right now. So Bello Betty pitching that card and going for it is going to start out swinging 9,000 power. Remember, Roger only a 7,000 power, only a 7,000 power leader at this point. Is going to take 9,000 power to the dome right here. Could get out of it with just the 1 cost event, right? Would put him up to 10 and would be able to get out of that swing without revealing too much more of the counter. But I think he's going to play it as if trying to say to him, all right, go for it. And ends up getting some non-counters, so that's very nice for Bello Betty. But you need 2 of these swings to go through at this point. You only have 3 swings left. You need 2 of them to be able to do it. Your only out is to hope that they can't counter out of 2 of these swings. I think because your leader is 5,000, it's going to be very, very tough, right? Especially with only a searcher on the field with this other swing. And so with the 3 Dawn attached is going to now be a 10,000 power swing, slowly going up on increments right now. And still 7 Dawn to work with in this turn after this swing is completed. So taking this life, pretty confident, I think, especially with that 2K right there, that he is going to be able to get out of every single swing, right? The only thing that you're staring at right now is 2 Bello Betties with 5,000 power. So ends up attaching the rest of the 7 Dawn with a 12,000 power swing at leader. Is going to go with that 1 cost event to go up to 10,000. And with the Divine Departure is going to go up to 13,000 to get out of that swing. Goldie Roger now getting the turn. It's gonna be his game right here, right? No cards in hand. Is gonna get the first win of this match over to Goldie Roger. 7,000 power going in. No trigger, just a Lindbergh right there. No blocker or anything like that. And the swing going in for the win. But the team still needs to win 2 or 1 more game out of the 2 to be able to advance. So even though Bello Betty did lose, the team with Bello Betty could still be the team that advances within this tournament. If you're watching this after the fact, maybe you're not watching this on the live stream, that's going to be the first game, the first round of this tournament. Thank you so much for watching. If you're watching this not live, right, live chatters, you'll be like, what the heck is this guy talking about? I will be putting up the rest of the rounds on YouTube here very soon, right? It should be like 2 per day, 2 Saturday, 2 Sunday. And also on Sunday, if you're seeing this on Sunday, right, we are competing in the online regional, right, playing some Zoro Sanji. So please tune in for that if you see us live. Anyways, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Stream, I promise I'm not ending. I'm also recording for YouTube. Hi, YouTube. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, I think the Bello Betty played that pretty well. They put themselves in the best position as possible. It's just Goldie Roger had a lot of counter at the end. Yeah, in situations like that, it was very dire for the Bello Betty. But you have to go for it. Oh my gosh, this this Zoro is destroying this Emu right now. He is still at 3 life. Holy smokes. I think this Zoro might get it. Well, actually, 7,000 power swing ends up going 2-1. No blockers on field. Ends up using leader effect. Yeah, purple Katakuri in PRB meta is so sick, Niblo. The starting hand for the Bello Betty was weird. Yeah, 3 black. Like, for the hand that they had, I feel like they played it pretty well. They made that game close. But yeah, that starting hand was tough. Yo, have a nice night, Chris. Appreciate you coming in. So, chat, right now we're watching the other game of the first round. Right here. This is Emu Zoro. The third game hasn't completed yet. I think it's Ace versus Emu. So on this 7,000 power swing, he's going to go ahead, take it, go down to 2. It's going to be an 8,000 power swing. It's probably going to Gorosei, I'd imagine. So he's still deciding, right? Chat, I hope you're enjoying the stream. If you're enjoying the stream, you're enjoying the commentary, subscribe on YouTube. We are so close to 20,000. I think we're less than 500 to go. So your support is greatly appreciated in this. Full-time One Piece TCG YouTuber, you guys pay the bills. So a simple subscribe helps pay the bills. And if you're watching on Twitch, please follow. We stream a couple times a week on Twitch of the One Piece trading card game, and it's a lot of fun. Ends up taking that life as well, and another, this is 8,000 power now, right? Because he's got the boost from the stage. So ends up Dead Man's Game and 1K go up to 9. So now here comes the Gorosei. Ooh, ends up pitching that one too. I mean, this is the last turn of the game, right? Because, like, Emu goes in and they try their... I mean, they're not going to get game because there's still 1 life left for the Zoro. But Zoro is definitely going to go for game at this point, right? Like, the Emu has 5 cards in hand. Wow, a lot of counter events. Holy smokes. He's got, like, 4 counter events in hand. So he's going to pop the Tashigi. And now with the rush is going to KO the other Tashigi. Has 2 blockers and 3 counter events up. Oh my gosh. Can Zoro win here? You have to... Do you have to play another Tashigi to, like... Or Kuina to rest the blocker? Oh, I'm not leaving. No, I'm not leaving. I feel like Zoro... This is really tough for Zoro. He doesn't have a 3-cost restand event, so he just loses. Yeah, his hand doesn't have a 3-cost restand event, so he just loses. There's no way he can win this. Yeah, that 1-cost event is wild. Both of the 1-cost events are wild. Also, MadMab, Spoot, Makulet, thank you so much for following over on Twitch. Thank you, thank you. Chad, there's like 300 of you in the stream today. I appreciate it. Thanks. I hope you're all having a good day. If they have 2 blockers, I think you play Tashigi. I think probably like Tashigi is the best option. My favorite deck box to take is Dueling Guard. I don't have it right here. Do I have a different one? Oh, they're in time, by the way. I like Dueling Guard deck boxes because they're big deck boxes that fit 2 decks inside of them. Since you're on YouTube, if you check out my link in the description for Dueling Guard's website, you can click that and use code Atrocious, and you can get a discount. They're my favorite. I have like 5, 6 Dueling Guard deck boxes. Oh, we could use Dead Man's Game. Yeah, actually, Dead Man's Game would be huge here. Queen is a good start. That is 1. Oh, actually, wait. Yeah, because he only has 1 blocker, you're just like, okay. So he blocks with this one, restands, and then use the activate main, now swings at lead. Does he have enough counter? He has to have enough counter, right? He has at least 3 events. Yeah, that gets out of it. Oh, and the Zoro 5K. Oh, his last card in hand had counter. Oh my gosh, right? Holy cow. That Emu had perfect math. That Shirahoshi was huge. That was crazy, actually. I guess Kuina kind of gets you there, right? Because the Zoro restands through leader effect, right? So as long as they have 1 blocker on field, like you're chilling. Because he rested the blocker that had the draw 1, right? Warcry. Yeah, he needed one of those Tashigis. Unfortunate. I mean, it's so hard to get Tashigi to... Like, you need the 3-cost Tashigi. And that's like the 1 card that can't counter. Kibi, this is my full-time job. We're at work. We're at work. Oh, it's going to cost a lot, Mad Mab. It's going to cost a lot. Like, I think it was like in Japan, I think converted to USD. I don't know what it is in like euros and stuff. But like converted into USD, it was like $2,000 for, I think like technically like a god pack or a playset of everything. No, I think it was just like one of each of the 5 Elder SPs was like $2,000. Yo, what's up? More for your buck. It's definitely tough. I mean, when you're in a triangle format, it's tough playing anything that's not like the triangle. He did have one of the Koshiros in his hand, but we don't know when he had it in his hand and what his Dawn management really looked like, I feel like. Because we were in the middle, we jumped into the middle of the Emu's turn. So, we don't know if he could have, like, played the Koshiro or not. Oh, Chad, nothing new. Yo, what up, Zoro Zoro? What up, Brian? How did you use the 10 Dawn 5 Elder card if you already used Dawn that turn. Well, so Aaron, so the stage, the 7-cost stage that he has, he just taps 3 Dawn and he gets to play out the 10 drop. And then the 10 drop, you just need to rest 1 more Dawn to be able to do the whole big thing. So it's a 4 Dawn play, which is crazy. You tap 4 Dawn and you get like, what is it, like 20 some Dawn worth of value? What's BDIF and OP13? It depends on the day. I think it's honestly Emu, because this is the 2nd tournament in a row that Emu has been played in like every single 3v3 deck. Ooh, chat, the Dawn! I think this is the Dawn for EBO3. Ooh, Gold Dawn! Sorry, chat, I'm going for Twitter clout. More Dawn! I can't go this fast. Trying to get cool pics of the Dawn. Ooh, Robin. Man, my wallet's going to be crazy, chat. My wallet's going to be crazy. I'm going to be rocking with a playset of this Dawn. He is going way faster. What the heck? Slow down, buddy. Slow down. Sorry, chat. I'm not talking to you guys right now because I'm trying to grab the screenshots for the Dawn. Shoo. All 4 Gold Dawn revealed in EBO3. Star. Dang. Nice chat. All right, chat. I'll look at you. I'll look at you guys. I'll look at you guys. Oh, there's the manga Uta. How does Uta get a manga before Robin? Give me OP14 info already. I could Zebulon, but I want you guys to have it live, you know? Chat, top 8 should be happening soon. Don't go anywhere. I haven't seen Film Red either, but I have a fully built Uta deck. I think it's a cool manga. I think it's cool. I like Uta. The music's cracked. Oh, they're advertising their YouTube channel. They've been really pumping up the YouTube channel lately, both English and Japanese. October 25th. I did see that the high-res image of the leader is coming out soon. What does this say, chat? One Piece Kado Gemu. Something in 2026? February? Something in February. What's in February 2026? Is it like the Japan finals? I think. Whew. That was a crazy first game. I did enjoy that we got Bello Betty and Goldie Roger for the first round, though, because I feel like we're going to see a Emu game here soon. Yeah, better to have Manga Robin in a main set. Oh, this is tournament info. But also, Will, what's going on? How are you, friend? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Do I want to post that on Instagram and TikTok? Maybe I should. Let me save all these photos to my phone. I'm trying, chat, for anyone who does not know, I'm trying to post on TikTok and Instagram because a good content creator diversifies his content. Let's see. Ooh. Chat, we've got our top 8 round here for you. It's going to be one of the teams that has UP Luffy in it, right? The UP Luffy facing off against Ace. And then we got Emu versus Zoro and Ace versus Emu. Man, they might actually show the UP Luffy in this one. Could be an interesting match to see how the BDIF of old, right, out here in the West in Blue Purple Luffy faces up against one of the best decks in the new format in OP13 in Ace. I will be in Vegas in February. Yes, because I live in Vegas, so it'd be crazy if I didn't go. For EBO3 Gold, Dawn have been revealed. Hard Eyes. And then we go like hashtag One Piece, I think. OP13 EBO3. One Piece TCG. OP or One Piece Nami. One Piece Robin. Uta. Ado. And then Boa. There we go. I just decided to post it on Instagram. I don't know if I want to post it on Twitter. So you can't have repeating colors. So like you can't have 2 mono red leaders and you can't have 2 blue purple leaders. You can have a blue purple leader and a blue green leader, but you can't have like 2 blue purples. Is it old news? This is the first time I've seen it, so I like that they showed it and it wasn't like a regular image. We saw him last week. Did we see him on like a video or was it like or was it on like a graphic? Oh, nice. Good luck in Gundam. Do you know if Gundam's going to be invite or if it's going to be whatchamacallit? If it's gonna be invite or like whatever. LGS is hosting an OP13 case tourney with the new cards leader. Do you play Lim to counter the Ace and Emu tryhards day one? Absolutely, Niblo. Play the deck that people don't know how to play against. Yo, thank you, Mustafa. I like this shirt too. Shout out Nen Garden. Chat, you can check out this t-shirt and you can get this t-shirt with the link in the description below on YouTube at Nen Garden. And then use code Atrocious. All right, we've got the blue-purple Luffy. So going to be interesting with this deck. I don't think it's ultimately changed a ton in OP13, but still a very good deck, right? You see a lot of players playing it into tournaments. Going to be more interesting with how much it's changed. There were some cards that actually were added to the deck that we see a lot, including the OP13 one-cost Otama, right, that got the blue Nami banned, and also that Goldie Roger that we saw in the top 16 round, right, in the Goldie Roger deck. A lot of Luffy's play this promo card as well, just to be able to become an 8,000 power leader. Going to be really interesting to see how it matches up against Ace. This is one of the decks that people are so excited about heading into this tournament, and it's arguably the best deck in format, right? With that double leader effect of being able to minus 2,000 power a character or leader for the battle, but also be able to draw some extra cards with that Dawn ×1 once per turn leader effect. Going to be really interesting to see how this goes, right? We know that Luffy does have some KO type of effects, right, that they sometimes play in stuff like God Thread, but one thing that has happened is a lot of Luffy's have kind of dropped God Thread, especially for this matchup, right? They don't want to give Ace that ability to draw one card or anything like that, right? Try to minimize the amount of leader effects they get to do. And so it looks like the blue-purple Luffy is going first. His hand, he's got the Otama to start, and especially with that Otama, right? If you have 3 life or less, you draw 2, trash 1. Great card for the blue-purple Luffy deck as a leader that starts out with only 3 life. Red, thank you for the follow on Twitch, by the way. Looking at the rest of his hand, though, he's got that promo Roger that I was talking about previously, and also a 9-drop Shanks. You like to have the Shanks in your hand and not the Roger, right? Because you want to play the Roger off of the Shanks, but we could have stuff like 5-cost Nami to be able to put it back into the deck, so no worries there. And also some ramping with It's to Die For, right? It's to Die For, potentially a double ramp, especially because Ace loves to play 6,000 power cards in the early game, like that 4-cost Marco that we see in the hand. Pretty decent hand, I feel like, for Ace. In general, you got your early game searching on that Ezo, right? That 1-drop searcher. You've got the Marco to be able to play on your turn 2, right? Because you're going second in this game to be able to draw cards if you block. Yamato to be able to draw a little bit more, swing 7, get your leader effect off, and the 8-cost I Am Whitebeard event in combo with the 10-cost Whitebeard. I believe that is the OP13 alternate art of the 10-cost Whitebeard, the blocker that draws 2 and trashes 1. So going to be really interesting in this game. I am so excited for this right here. Did I say Shanks? I meant Sanji. Thank you, Legend of Skost. it's hard being stupid sometimes. But anyways, going off with the Otama first is going to get that draw 2 and trash 1. Looks like they're trashing the Goldie Roger promo because they drew into a second one there. I think that draw on that was Gum Gum Giant and Goldie Roger. So 2 bricks in the hand, not a lot of counter at all, especially in this early game, but especially on the first turn, not going to swing for the ace. Going to start out with that Ezo search with those beautiful, beautiful Marco sleeves to coordinate with his deck. Got a couple different options in here, I think, to be able to grab, but is going to be bottom decking. Oh, actually has no targets in there. I thought I saw an alternate art of a Whitebeard Pirate, but turns out not. So one of the rare misses of this deck, but you do play a fair amount of non-Whitebeard Pirates, right? Goldie Roger 10-drop that we saw in that hand, not a Whitebeard Pirate. Gum Gum Red Rock that we saw in that hand, not a Whitebeard Pirate. And I think there was at least one Monkey D Garp, so not a Whitebeard Pirate. Luffy going to be swinging 9,000 power, is going to go ahead and take that life as ace, and with that leader effect, right, because you took damage, draw another card on top of that, is probably going to be looking for a 6k swing right here and a 4-cost Marco to hit the field. So Luffy is going to be able to take that first life, is maybe thinking about a potential trigger. I think maybe it's to die for, right? Is going to be able to get that ramp right out of Dawn from your Dawn deck to set it as active. Is going to be so nice to be able to get a double ramp heading into this turn as Marco has hit the field. So probably I would imagine before doing anything else is going to start out with a it's to die for event, right? Because there's a 6,000 power character on the field. You are going to be able to get 2 active Dawn right here and go immediately up to 8 and get your leader effect next turn. That's one of the huge reasons why Blue Purple Luffy is starting to run this event more and more, and why in the West, in the PRBO2 format, you could see this card get a resurgence back in Blue Purple Luffy decks, because a lot of these 4-cost Marcos running around are huge to be able to get that event off. And so just going to be attaching the rest of the Dawn and swinging at lead. It's going to be an 11,000 power swing at lead. Ace really thinking about now whether or not he wants to counter with Marco, right? Or block with Marco, I should say. You would be able to draw the 2 cards on the Marco if you were going to do that, but that again minimizes the amount of swings that you can maybe do next turn. So ends up getting the pudding right here and moves on to his 6 Dawn turn. Is more than likely going to play one of these Yamatos that he's got in the hand. Got 3 Yamatos in the hand. Going to be nice to be able to draw some cards. Just continue to fill the hand as it's a +1. Starts out, though, with a 6,000 power swing at leader. Is just trying to fish out cards out of the hand. Is going to go ahead and counter out of that one with the Usohachi and the Yamato coming down. Going to be a nice draw 2 cards and attach a Dawn to your land, or your leader does not have to be Land of Wano. Only the Yamato is Land of Wano. So is now going to swing 8,000 power, and the take does not have any counter in hand at all, with no counter events. And now Luffy going into his turn going to start out using leader effect because you did get that double ramp in the last turn. Does end up finding a Nami, which could be very nice, right? Nami, a great blocker to be able to filter out the hand, especially because you see the Otama in there as well. Can help get like another 2k in your hand if you want. Is going to be a very nice to utilize in there. Don't have a great target, though, I feel like, with your Sanji if you want to play it, though, just simply because, you know, your best target in this is Nami, right? What do? Grab the Gum Gum Giant or the Sanji, get the Giant or Otama draw, and then go ahead, play the Nami. You get the blocker on the field, which is really cool, but does it really help you out a ton right now? And so is going to grab the Sanji, put the Sanji in hand, and move into a full 10 Dawn turn. Especially as Ace is sitting at 6, you're at a full 10 Dawn. Man, that It's to Die For event was just so good, especially the trigger as well. And so now swinging a bare 6,000 at lead is going to go ahead and counter out. I think actually swinging it at the Marco. So now with the Sanji going to go in and play off the top, it is going to be that Nami like I was talking about, draw 3 and put 2 cards to the top or bottom of the deck. It wouldn't surprise me if we see 2 bricks like the It's to Die For events go down to the bottom of the deck. You don't need that event anymore, right? It's not a card that you are really wanting to have because you're already at 10 Dawn. Can't use it as like a counter or anything like that. The best thing that you can use it for is counter or the trashed card from the Gum Gum Giant. He's taking a while to think about this. Is he trying to play it off right now, chat? The I Am Whitebeard event. And so is going to put those 2 cards to the bottom of the deck, right? Don't need to see those It's to Die For anymore. And now moving into the Ace's 8 Dawn turn. And even though the UP Luffy did get to skip a turn essentially for the Ace only being at 8 Dawn, Ace is still going to be able to get a 10 drop out onto the field in that 10 drop Whitebeard that we saw at the beginning of the game. So is going to go ahead and play that event to get the 10 drop out. This Whitebeard is so good for the deck, right? Not only with the on play do you get to draw 2 and trash 1 from your hand, but on top of that, you get to grant 2 Rested Dawn to a leader and a character. So you get 4 Rested Dawn reutilized on the turn. So not only did you cheat out a 10 cost, but you get 4 Dawn to attach anywhere on the field. So attaches it to leader and Yamato. I assume probably not swinging with the Marco at this point right now. Starting out with an 8,000 power swing with Yamato. Got to be careful of a potential trigger to bottom deck or anything like that. And so the Gum Gum Giant is going to come in, get rid of the 9 cost Luffy, and draw 2 cards to be able to go to 10. And now another 8,000 power lead going with the Ace. This Edward Newgate is also really nice because it sets up your leader effect as well, right? That Dawn times 1. So we'll see if that plays a factor heading into this next turn. But this 8,000 power swing is just going to be a block with the Nami and the pass off the turn. You don't want to do anything with Marco right now, right? Especially with Luffy having potential to play 9-drop rush characters or anything like that. You know, can be very aggressive, so want to have those blockers up as you can. The Newgate is probably going to be a free block almost every single time, which is really, really nice, but we could see some other things. We're seeing in this UP Luffy list a Sasaki, right? Animal Kingdom's OP01 Sasaki in there. Something that we've seen in Purple Katakuri, but not necessarily in UP Luffy. So very, very cool, I think, to see it in this list right here. But off of this, you're once again in a position where you don't really have a good target for your 9-cost Sanji at all. This UP Luffy has had such awkward leader effects, right? An awkward start to the game, some awkward beginning draws, and now some awkward leader effects, but still has a bit of counter in the hand if he decides to just go ahead with the 8-drop Gold D Roger, play it out on the field, and leave 2 Dawn active. And so is going to go ahead and grab the gear too, right? Getting a counter event, one of the strengths of UP Luffy and kind of one of the reasons why it can be a good matchup into Ace, or really just so many decks in general, is that draw 2 type of effect. So ends up getting that 2K Sasaki to be able to have more counter in the hand. And now what looked like no counter in the beginning of the game looks like so much counter now at this point. And so now we've got the 9,000 power swing with the Sanji. Going to be using that Ezo effect, right? You can trash the Ezo on opponent's attack, and if you do, you can draw one and put one to the bottom of the deck, as we see right there. So a little bit of hand filtering, I say. Did I think find that Otama right there, or at least some sort of counter? So has a fair amount of counter in hand, ends up blocking just a free block with the Edward Newgate at this point. Now, hard playing the Gold D Roger is going to make the Luffy an 8,000 power leader. Is now going to go ahead and swing, I believe, at the Yamato. So, going to be interesting to see if he blocks with the Marco to keep this Yamato alive. Would be essentially a draw 3 with the Marco and leader effect. And so here with the AK swing, it is just a 2K, 1K that you can pitch out of the hand to be able to get out of this Luffy swing, because it is only 8. But how much cards do you want to give up is the real question. If you do give up a body, whether that's Marco or the Yamato, it's a little bit harder to try to go for game, right? Ooh, pudding. Got the pudding in hand over there. I see the SP version from PRB02. Could be a very good card to utilize against blue, purple Luffy. And so actually is going to allow the KO to happen and just draw one card off of that. So now going into Ace's first full 10 Dawn turn is going to draw the I Am Whitebeard event. I think has another 10-drop Whitebeard in the hand, so might go ahead on this turn and just cycle once again with the I Am Whitebeard to get out the 10-drop on the field, just establish so many blockers. Definitely a nice top deck, I would say, for the Ace. I gotta imagine that you just play the other 10 drop down, right? Maybe swing with the Marco even? Do you swing with the Marco? Decides to drop 4 with the pudding. So no, decides no Whitebeard to play down on this one. Is going to go with the pudding. There were several leader effects, several draws, right? Especially with the Nami and such to be able to set up the hand. Putting all of those back into the deck in a random 5 cards could be the difference in this game, especially if there's no counter events that the Luffy draws into. So we'll see how he approaches with after this. Still 6 Dawn to work with before the swings. Remember that the Luffy is still an 8,000 power leader at this point. So off of the draw, looks like I see a 0-cost Gum Gum Gatling. Has a fair amount of counter. Okay, could have been a lot worse in that draw right there. You see the Gum Gum Giant and the Gum Gum Jet Gatling. Seems like he's going to be fine on this turn if he decides to go aggressive and for game at this point. But still has to think about what he wants to do. Is there a reason to like play Yamato at this point? I don't think so. He's going in, now swinging 15 at the Sanji. So now going for the Sanji, right? Doing a little bit of board control himself. Still has that Marco on the field, so still has a blocker to be able to work with. But 3 Dawn open. $15 with Newgate. Whew. Do you ever Gum Gum the Roger or the Nami first? Because I gotta imagine like back-to-back turns of Goldie Roger, right, being an 8K leader is pretty good. No, the draw from the Luffy was pretty all right. So it looks like he's eyeing up the Gum Gum Giant on the Roger. And so is going to go ahead and do that. Is not going to get him out of the attack, right? Because it's a 15,000 power swing. The Gum Gum Giant putting him up to quick math, 13,000. But with the 2K, 1K is going to get him up to 16 to keep that Sanji alive. And the Sanji more than likely is going to be able to stick for the rest of this turn, right? He's going to be a body that stays on the field. Because if Ace decides to attach the rest of the Dawn and swing 9 at Sanji, he's going to be able to counter out either with the 1,000 power counter Nami or the 2,000 counter Usohachi. And so is just going to play down the Uta, right? That Uta, an interesting card that I thought got added in this deck. If you have a 10,000 power character on the field, has -4 cost, so is an excellent blocker to be able to play for 2 Dawn and is a nice 2K to have. So just going a little bit more defensive. This leader effect, though, is wild, I will say. You have to take the Gum Gum Giant and bottom deck this, right? Can you take this leader effect? Holy moly. Finding those It's to Die Fors that he bottom decked earlier in the game is going to go ahead and pick the Usohachi, it looks like. And so is going to leave it on top. There was another 2K and the Gum Gum Giant in the hand. So got a lot of counter ahead of you because you know that the draw is going to be able to do the Gum Gum Giant. Might actually go ahead and hard play the Nami, right, to pick up the 3 cards that we saw on that leader effect. And then go ahead and bottom deck the 2 It's to Die Fors, right? You've got a 9,000 power Sanji, a 10,000 power Gold D Roger. You're still sitting fairly decent in this game. So starts out with the 9,000 power swing at lead with this Sanji. Got 2 blockers on the field of Uta and Marco, but is going to go ahead with leader effect, pitch the 10 cost Newgate, and give another 2K to be able to get out of that swing. Go up to 8 on a 7,000 power swing. And now the Goldie Roger swinging 10. With this 10,000 power swing, though, if you block and want to draw cards, you probably want to draw with the Marco because the Uta doesn't actually draw cards, right? As Uta, or wait, hold on. Before I say that. Yeah, the Uta only being a 4,000 power character does not proc your leader effect because your leader effect says that if a character of 6,000 power or more is KO'd. So Uta not fitting that category. But it also is fair to evaluate how much you think of Marco as a potential swinging threat, right, for this UP Luffy. So just a super interesting spot, I think, between these 2 players. Still a pretty healthy hand size, I feel like, for the Ace. Not afraid of this Newgate going down, that's for sure. Is thinking about just taking the life. This would put down the Ace to 0. And then a Goldie Roger could be very helpful, but decides to block with the Uta instead. Still the leader swing that we could see within this game. And this turn. So what are you doing off of this? I mean, you have to play Nami in this turn, right? You have to be able to get that blocker on the field and be able to just get a lot of those It's to Die Fors. You got to get them to the bottom. So starts out with a 9,000 power swing at leader. Has already used the leader effect on this turn, right? Used it for the Sanji swing. So if he wants to get out of this, has to provide 2 2Ks. don't know if you want to block with the Marco at this point. Could go down to 0 because if you ever have Goldie Roger, that can help. But you got to think about it where you don't have Goldie Roger right now. And if you use the 1-drop Garp to be able to do a search, well, that means you can't play Goldie Roger, right? Because you would only have 9 Dawn open. This is a super interesting spot for the ace. And so is going to take this final life right here, go down to 0. It's a Goldie Roger. Asking you shall receive. Now, he's still not in the clear, though. Because there is, even though there is a Nami blocker on the field, he still has 2 counter events up to be able to get out of some of these swings. It's very reasonable for him to get out of a 12 from Newgate, a 13 from Roger, right? And 2 6s from the Marco and Leader. So is thinking about bottom decking 2 cards. Is keeping one of the It's to Die For, more than likely for the Gum Gum Giant. But I think you have to keep the Gum Gum Jet Gatling. I think that's one of the cards that you definitely should keep in your hand, just simply because you don't know what's on the top. Oh, he's putting the Otama and the It's to Die For on the top of the deck. So that's kind of interesting, right? Because you can use Gum Gum Giant, you draw into a 2K and another brick, and then that brick you can actually utilize for the Gum Gum Jet Gatling, right? To guarantee that you have a ton of counter on the field. And so with the Goldie Roger in hand, we'll see if he slams it down on this turn. It would be an all-in, I think, from this ace. I think you either win or you lose playing that 10-drop Roger on this turn. Just a lot of counter. I think, can he get out of this? What's the math? He can take 1 life. He can block while he still has 1 life. No, because the ace is at 0, so if he plays down Roger, he can't block at all. So he just needs to get out of 1 big swing. If he gets out of 1 big swing, I think he's got enough to be able to get out of the 2 small swings. It might come down to what this life is. Definitely a crucial moment in this game, and we haven't even hit overtime yet. Still over 6 minutes left in this game, in what seems like what could be the final turn of this match, chat. You have to just play Roger, right? Because can you survive in the next turn? I mean, you could, but does play down the Goldie Roger and starts out with the swing. Swing 6. It's going to be a 2K. Swings 6. Just trying to get those counter events off. Is going to start out with the 6K swing. Now the 12,000 power swing, right? I think you... Okay, so you counter 4. There's another 3 with the Gum Gum Jet Gatling. That's 7 in total for 12. And then the Otama. Yeah, you get out of this game. You can get out of this game with the math no matter what, right? Because of the cards in hand. So goes on this 13, uses the Gum Gum Giant to draw 2. He's going to be plus 4,000, be at 10. The Gum Gum Jet Gatling going to be 13 and 14 for the Zoro Juro. And now conceding, giving the win to Blue Purple Luffy. Was a little scary there. with the pudding, but UP Luffy ending up winning that match off of the draw and finding the counter events to be able to get out of this scary Roger swings. I don't think it mattered necessarily on what he got off of the life, because he had that Otama in the top 5. Very great game, in my opinion. I love that game. That was phenomenal. That was so close, right? Looked so scary in the beginning for Blue Purple Luffy, but getting that it's to die for, right? Not only the trigger ramp, but also on top of that, getting the double ramp after the ace played the Marco, put him in a prime position, right, to be able to come back in that game. I truly believe he was behind in the game before the double ramp that he had. So excellent, excellent stuff. In terms of the live stream, if you're watching this live, we're going to continue on in this tournament, and we'll be live watching the top 4 and the finals. But for the YouTube video, at least, that's going to be the end for the video. Make sure to check out the channel for more in the top 4 and finals, which will be on the channel very soon if you're, again, watching this as a regular YouTube video. But for the live stream, you guys are stuck with me for a long time. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hey, chat. What's up, chat? How's it going, chat? Chat, that was an incredible game. That was phenomenal. Also, Dot and Potch, thank you so much for following. Appreciate it. Also, to the couple Japanese chatters, the couple Japanese viewers in the chat, arigatou gozaimasu. Konnichiwa. I am not very good at Japanese. I'm studying, but I don't know really any Japanese. Also, Lucky.Raw. That's an incredible name. Thank you so much for following on Twitch. Why was there a turn where Ace did not attack? Because I think you're referring to the Luffy being an 8,000 power leader. He was an 8,000 power leader at one point. Wow, Chad, look at the binder. Chad, who pre-ordered this binder on Premium Bandai? Well, Rubber Captain, he needed to find the 2Ks, right? The fact that he found Otama basically sealed the game for him. I mean, he found the Zoroark off life, so it didn't matter, but the Otama sealed the game for him. Pretty good game by that UP. Pretty good. I just want all of these sleeves so bad of the Straw Hat people. Chad, if you're liking the stream and you're enjoying, if you're on YouTube, make sure to please subscribe and also leave a like. We are less than 500 subscribers away on YouTube from 20,000, which is insane. Thank you so much for your support. And make sure to like on Twitch because that helps other people find the stream. If you're on Twitch, make sure to follow. We stream a couple times a week of the One Piece trading card game. And I make several YouTube videos. I make a lot of YouTube stuff. So if you like that, if you like yapping, and you like One Piece, specifically the card game, I got nothing else to say. Yo, Padre Oso, what's going on? I need these sleeves too. I don't have like any of the Straw Hat Crew sleeves. Chad, who also got this on Premium Bandai? Because I didn't. Who got this? Who got the playmat and leader? Because I didn't. I missed the drop. I was sleeping because it was like 4 a.m. I'm still mad about it. I'm still mad about it. I wanted this Zoro leader so bad. The mat is cool. Don't get me wrong. This mat is pretty cool. Yeah, the binder's pretty good. The binder's pretty good. You get a Kuina alternate art, which is then max rarity of Kuina. You get the one drop searcher. I forget her name in Emu. The gal. It starts with an S. You get her too. You get a lot of good cards in that binder. Lucky you, Frog Champ. I wish I had this leader. This leader is so sick. Beppo goated. The Beppo is really cool on there. I do like the Beppo on the mat. Whoo! Chat, I hope everybody's enjoying stream. Are you guys having fun? I'm having fun. I didn't get a shot at it either, Kibi. I might get lucky, and because I think one of my friends here in Vegas is going to give me, or like sell me, his Azora leader. So I might get lucky, but I don't care if it's meta or not. I just want it for the collection. Chad, I collect every single leader in One Piece, or try to at least. When will you post the match vids for this one? So I'll post the top 16 right after the stream. I'll put the English cards on screen and I'll post it. And then I will, and then my plan is to get top 16 and top 8 out on Saturday, and then top 4 and finals out on Sunday. That's my plan. So I plan to get all 4 of those videos out before the end of the weekend. Also, this box looks awesome. You get 10 of the Dawn. Do you get 10 of the Dawn? Oh, no, the Dawn. You get a bunch of the Dawn. You get sleeves and a booster box. This is for 8,500 yen. What is that, like 80 bucks? Is that like 80 bucks in USD? I think 75 to 80. Yeah, of course. I'm going to do that for the Japan Championships. The Gold Dawn, chat, of all of the ladies. Oh my god, a play set. Wait, does it have a chance to come with the Gold Dawn? It has a chance for all the Dawn to be golden. Oh my gosh. Capitalism is disgusting. Like, what? No, I get it. I want the Emu searcher as soon as possible too. It's unfortunate that like we have to wait so long to get the stuff from Premium Bandai. It sucks. Chat, real quick before we get into our next round, I need to get a drink because if you haven't heard, I don't shut up. So I need to get some water for my throat. I'll be right back. I'm going to play an advertisement on both Twitch and YouTube, so then you guys don't get advertisements later in this tournament, because we're in a break right now before the next round. So I'll see you guys shortly. Ooh, chat, team 3. So going into the top 4 round, we've got mirror matches of teams, but None of these teams are doing a mirror match in their 1v1s. We've got the Ace versus Zoro, Emu versus Ace, and Zoro versus Emu in this top 4 round. It'll be interesting to see which match they show, right? We've seen Ace a little bit. We haven't really seen Emu or Zoro except popping into one of their games, so could be something like the Zoro versus Emu matchup. Whew, made it just in time, chat. I got my Indiana Pacers cup, chat. The NBA season just started, and I saw the Pacers won opening night. Was it opening night? I'm pretty sure it was opening night. But it's crazy. I can't believe the NBA season is already about to start. Chat, you know what's crazy? Every single team is running Emu in this tournament. I think Emu might just be the best deck. Genuinely. Because that's the second tournament in a row where I think every single team is running Emu. I think it's been back-to-back tournaments of every single team running Emu and all but one team running Ace. Oh, it's still the preseason? Thank you, MJ. They still won the preseason game. That's something. But it surprised me that basketball season is like going. I was like, oh my gosh. I feel like it was just a couple months ago that I got my ESPN notification that the Pacers were bounced out of the playoffs. I'm a Pacers fan for anyone who doesn't know. As the guy who grew up in Indiana, I also like Tyrese Halliburton. I just think Blackbeard's tough in this format. I think Blackbeard's just tough, Mikey. I mean, you can stop on play effects, but like Ace has some aggressive cards and also some really good like KO effects to be able to constantly draw, get bodies on the field. Emu is just wild. You can't stop the 10 drop. 10 drop is an activate main. So that's crazy. You hate board swarm. And Zoro, man, Zoro can just take it from you because they just delete your bodies and then restand swing at lead. Well, the thing about this format is like, the thing about this format and any triangular format that you ever come across like this one is that the best deck depends on the day, right? Because they all rotate, right? So like in the rotation, Emu might be the best deck this format, but in 2 weeks when we have the Japan Area 2 finals, Ace might be the best deck. And then maybe like a week after on November 1st before EBO 3 comes out on the 25th. Anyways, on November 1st, the next weekend, it could be Zoro that's the best deck. Like it's just it's a rotation of it. And it's like the best deck is whatever was the counter to the last best deck. That's kind of how like triangular formats work a lot of times. I know, Sasaki. It was so heartbreaking to see Halliburton after he had so many game winners in the playoffs. Right? Like he had so many game winners. Like I've watched a lot of basketball as someone who literally had a full-time career in sports before going content. I haven't seen a lot of basketball like Tyrese Halliburton. And my job used to be like watching pro players. Him in that playoffs was just different. Yeah, like this. So in like the Western meta, the the format is very much handled to just who is most comfortable with their deck, right? And who knows the most about their own deck and the matchups that they're at. Whereas like a triangle meta like OP13 is very much more like rewarding of a meta call and techs and like how you've built your deck. Like, yes, you do need knowledge of your deck and matchups, right? Because you just inherently need that in card games. But um but the metagaming is much more extreme and much more impactful. And now we're going into the game. It looks like we're watching at least one of the aces, and it's going to be Emu versus Ace. So, Emu, the big bad of the format, I will say, or one of the big dogs of the format, even though a 4-life mono-colored 5,000 power leader, right? Being able to draw a card by trashing a card from hand or a character on the field gives it a lot of flexibility, especially when you can swarm out so many bodies with the 10 cost and facing up against Ace, right? Ace is going to have to try to battle those 10 drops that come out on the field and all the bodies that come in. You do through the emus on KO effects, right, of some of the 5 elders. You do get to have some draw off of that, which is so nice. So going to be interesting to see how these decks are potentially teched out and how they approach these matchups heading into this one. Emu is generally a deck that doesn't change a lot, right? There is typically 48 or so, 46, 48 cards that are pretty much the same in every single Emu deck that you're going to come across, but there can be some different changes within Ace that are teched within expecting certain matchups. So going to be really interesting to see. I'm excited for this one, right? This is kind of the 2 decks that everyone's excited about heading into OP13 as we're excited heading into this top 4 round of the 3-on-3 Cup. Oh, I don't think you guys heard that, but I just had an awesome pop in my neck. I'm really curious how this goes because I haven't tested like any OP13, so I don't really like know how these matchups go. And so Emu going first in this game, and players putting out their life. Emu with 4, Ace with 3. They've got pretty much same color sleeves, which is very nice aesthetically watching this match. But the Emu starting out, he's got that 1-drop searcher event, which is very nice. Got a nice 2K in the hand with that 2-drop and another one of the 5 elders. Got 2 of the 5 elders in his hand just to start. So in a prime position, I feel like, especially because one of them is the searcher. Or wait, no, is that... No, this is the block. No, that's not the blocker. That's the searcher. And so now looking at the Ace's hand, he's got a couple 10-drop new gates, and that 10-drop new gate from OP08 is going to be a big one within this matchup, right? A great counter to the 10-drop Gorosei on the Emu side is that 10-drop new gate, right? Forcing your Emu opponent to basically take off a turn as you continue to set up board is not a bad game plan in general. So very excited for this play. I feel like both players have pretty decent starting hands on both sides, and it's going to be curious to see Emu putting out his stage, putting out the empty throne to start out the game. Generally, in most matchups, what Emu wants to have out on the field. Yes, Saturn is the searcher. It's going to be so hard with the alternate arts. Emu going first is just going to go ahead and use his leader effect. Ends up pitching the 10 drop to start out. And now goes in with the 1 drop event, right? The 5 Elder Stars are here. So ends up grabbing that card. I think that was Marcus Mars, I believe. The alternate arts, I definitely need to get used to them. No, that's the one that KOs. Yes, so that is Marcus Mars. Now goes into the Ace's turn. The Ace is going to go ahead and start out with that Izu. Is thinking about a 10-drop Newgate. So ends up putting that into the hand. The third 10-drop Newgate that's in here, and attaches the 1 extra to Ace. This is a nice attachment. You'll see this very often with Ace going second, right? Just attaching that 1 Dawn even though he can't swing, because if this Emu swings at face, right, with a 6,000 power swing and Ace takes the life, he gets to draw 1 off of that leader effect. And so is going to start out using his leader effect to put away, I believe that is the War Cry, right? Man, it's really hard to know these guys when you actually haven't watched One Piece. For anyone who does not know, I have not watched One Piece. I just play the card game excessively. And so passes off the turn, decides not to swing at all, right? Does not want to get that leader effect off and that extra card for the Ace. Now moving into 4, does not have a Marco at all, but does have an Izo, right? So might do a little bit of searching with the Izo, and go in with a swing with leader, right, to try to just knock down some life from this Emu in the early stages of the game. So goes ahead with that Izo and goes ahead, looks at the top 5. The top 5 finding a Yamato. Yamato, a Land of Wano, so not a Whitebeard Pirates kind of card, but finds a Marco and another 10-drop Newgate in there. We see a lot of times that the Ace players are playing somewhere between like 3-2. I've even seen 1 of this Taxbeard in the deck. I know some people don't even play it at all. So might be interesting, right? Might be grabbing it because he knows if he's only playing 2, that's the last one that he has in the deck. So maybe wants access to both of them, even if he's not really playing anything in the next turn. Ends up swinging 9,000 power lead and claims the life. Gonna pass it back off to Emu. Emu building up the hand a little bit now, but doesn't really have anything on a board. So now at 5, we'll see what he plays down. And so now starts off attaching 1 6,000 power at leader. So this 6,000 power has to think about whether or not he wants to take. Does have a little bit of counter with like the Jozu in hand, right? You probably only need 1 Jozu because going from the 7 Dawn or the 6 Dawn turn to the 8 Dawn turn, you're going into I Am Whitebeard. So ends up using leader effect and then going ahead, resting 3 with that empty throne to play out the Saturn. The Saturn is going to look at that top 5 for an Elder to be able to put into the hand. I think he's got access to all 5 Elders at this point. So which one is he grabbing, chat? Looks like he's going to go in with the War Cry, right? That nice blocker with the on-KO effect of drawing 1 card. Passes off the turn with 1 Dawn open. Ace now going in. We'll see if he goes ahead, swings 6, and plays a Jozu. Jozu would be able to get that guy off the field, right? That Saturn to minimize the amount of swings coming at him in this next turn, especially as a 6-cost body. The 6-cost body cannot be KO'd by a Marcus Mars. So that is the play that he's going to do. Go ahead, swing 6,000 power. Going to counter out with a 2K to not go down to 2 life. Now move off to his 7 Dawn turn. A lot of PRBO1 Gold Dawn he's got right there. So has another searcher that he can utilize within this turn if he wants. Might try to play something along the lines of a double body, right? Could get a Warcry onto the field, but also play out another one of these Elders. Might just even go down double Warcry, right? 3 with the empty throne stage, and the rest of the 4 with another one. Get 2 blockers out onto the field. Is that the best play, though? I don't even know if that's the best play, actually. Oh, yeah, this ace player rocking with the Peronodon. We got Geckodon on one side, Perona on the other. Chat, my next homework before the next One Piece Japan Major is to memorize the 5 Elders. I really need to do that. It makes this cast so much harder. Like, trying to remember the alternate arts of the Elders. And so it looks like not going with that play, but attaching one and swinging 6,000 power. Is going to have to at least command a card or a life. If he does take the life, doesn't have a Dawn attached to his leader, so does not get that leader effect extra draw at this point. So thinking about whether or not he wants to pitch the Ezo. Ends up taking this life, going down to 2. It's going to be a Yamato, which is nice. So now with the 1-drop is going to go ahead and search. This is the new 1-drop from OP13. Saint Charla is going to grab that 4-drop right there. One of the 5 Elders. Did grab the Warcry. So now has multiple Warcries in hand. Is going to go ahead with the leader effect to, or I'm sorry, pitching that 1 Elder off the Charla effect and then using leader effect to pitch her and draw 1 card. Now goes in with a Saturn. So going ahead, once again, valuing the search, ends up finding the, originally it wasn't their event, right? Just gaining a ton of counter in the hand. 3 of those. One thing that you do have to worry about with an Emu, right, because we are playing a partially blue deck, is the possibility of putting. So Ace is going to use that I Am Whitebeard event, not take the life, but use that draw 2, trash 1, and attaching the Dawn. The attached Dawn is going to go to leader and more than likely Jozu. And so is thinking about what to pitch. Is thinking about pitching a 10-drop Newgate blocker. And I kind of like this, actually, because you've got another one in hand, right? And you have the 2 tax beards. It's kind of hard to fit all of those guys, right? Especially with the pudding. You want to be able to use the pudding if they maybe build up this hand a lot more. So with the first swing, did the originally nothing was there. And on the second swing, just doing even more of that, right? That and a 1K counter off of the Warcry. So is going to minimize the hand a little bit, try to manage the hand to a low size, especially with the possibility of putting. But starting out on this turn is going to go ahead with the empty throne stage to get out a Nazjuro, right? This Elder, the 6 cost, is going to have a rush because you have 7 or more cards in trash at this point. And because of the 10 or more cards in trash, is going to be able to minus 2,000 on the Jozu, right? So is going to go ahead be a 5,000 power swing to a 5,000 power swing. So it's going to be asking for a card in hand. Thinking about using the Ezo effect right there on opponent's attack to draw 1 card and bottom deck a card. or put on the top, I believe. Does Ezo put on the top? No, is just the bottom of the deck. My apologies. And is thinking about letting this go. Might give up the Garp, I feel like. I feel like that wouldn't be too bad of a play. The power minus is for the entire turn, right? So you got to imagine the Emu might potentially swing at it. So I feel like you would be okay with countering out with the Garp and then going in and blocking with the new gate, but ends up letting it go and just drawing a card off of it. Just values that card draw enough because of that leader effect on the ace. And so you've got 6 on left as the Emu. You've got 1 swing with your leader. Could go ahead and swing 7,000 power. Is going to go ahead and play another one of those Warcry blockers. Saturn is the searcher, Warcry is the blocker. Ends up using leader effect to pitch the Jupiter off of that to draw a card and passes off the turn to ace. Ace now, plenty of cards in hand. We see multiple Otamas in there, right? A Radical Beam as well, but with no 8-drop, I am Whitebeard. The Radical Beam not really mattering as much because you won't have any Dawn left on the field. So is thinking about playing the OP08 Whitebeard, right? Because if you do, you would negate all of the swings that Emu has on the characters. Except for a possible 10-drop in the coming turn. But with another one in hand, you might be thinking that it's a fine time to play it. And so is going to go ahead and rock with that. The new gig going ahead. Because you have those 2 or less life cards, now Emu has to pay 2 cards from the hand to be able to swing with any of these bodies on field. Did not opt to swing with either the ace or the new gate. And an interesting interaction is with the Gorosei, right? That 10-drop that Emu has in the hand. That is not affected, or the elders that get played off of the 10-drop does not get affected by the 10-drop Whitebeard on the field. So a little way to get around that. Oh, is it Warcury? Thank you, chat. Warcury. And so it ends up attaching 3. I don't think has 19 cards in the trash, so this should just be an 8,000 power swing. With the 8,000 power swing is going to either be the free block or command a 2K, 1K out of hand. I don't think I mind the free block here because if they decide to play the 10-drop, right, you're only expecting 1 more swing, right? That 1 more swing being the Nazjuro, right, that has that rush, and you'd still be a 10,000 power body on the field. So goes ahead with that block, ends up going with the 10-drop effect. Does have to pitch a card from hand. So is going to get rid of the Equilibrium event and put out the 5 Elders. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The alternate arts by Gege Akutami, the creator of JJK. And on that search, finding another 10-drop. The 10-drop is going to be very nice to be able to chain in the coming turns. That's exactly what you're looking for as the Emu, and attaches the rest of the 3 Dawn. Actually swings at life ignoring that 10-drop Whitebeard. So passing off the turn, moving into Ace's next one. He does have an I Am Whitebeard event once again, so might go ahead and play that, and with it would have the ability to utilize Radical Beam, which is a big moment at this point in this game. So might go ahead, I Am Whitebeard, play down his other Tax Beard in the hand. Hello, Morticia. Are you sitting? Cat getting comfy on my lap, chat. So does tap one for the Garp search, is going to be able to look at the top four because you have an Ace as a leader, and finds a 2-cost or higher, which is Goldie Roger. Going to be nice to threaten in the coming turns, right? Emu not really going to be able to do anything about the Goldie Roger in your hand, so just got to get down to 0 at this point. Plays the I Am Whitebeard, gets that second Tax Beard out onto the field. Gonna have to pay 2 for all these bodies to swing. Definitely an excellent counter against Emu, and so ends up passing off the turn right there. Does not swing anymore, is just trying to stack up these Whitebeards on the field, stack up these big bodies. So it looks like, I think, about 15 cards in the trash for this Emu, so not getting that plus 1,000 power as of yet. You gotta imagine probably going to be swinging similar numbers, I feel like, at this point. Ends up using leader effect first because that does not cost anything in terms of the 10-drop new gate from OP08. Just recounting the trash right now. Looks like 10 and 15 or so. Maybe 16. So an odd spot for the Emu, right? You don't want to put the Ace down to 0 because then the Goldie Roger that you know is in his hand is going to be active, but you've got to pressure in the game, right? You can't let this game go on forever at this point. So what do you do? I mean, I think you just have to go for it, right? You just have to play the 10-drop. You have to be able to get aggressive. You don't want to swing with all these bodies on the field, right? Because you don't want to pitch all of these cards. You want to try to stall out long enough to where they don't play the 10-drop new gate, right? Because if they play the Goldie Roger, they're not playing that 10-drop new gate from OP08, and therefore you can go in and start swinging. And at this point right now, you're more likely to put them to 0 than they are to put you at 0. And so is going to attach 3 again, just like last turn. Swing 8,000 power at lead. Thinking about doing the free block once again with Edward Newgate. Just kind of repeating once again the same turn as last time. And so is going to go ahead with that block. No? Okay, tricking me out right here. Players still have about 11 minutes left in this match before we hit overtime. Has plenty of counter in hand, right? We see the Atmos. We see Otamas. We know the Radical Beam is there. Is going to go ahead with the block. Now with the 3 using the Empty Throne event or stage. The other question is, too, if you're the Emu, what card do you pitch, right, off of the 10-drop effect? You've got a lot of 2Ks in your hand, right, with those 2-drop Celestial Dragons. You have the Search event. You have the Equilibrium, and also originally it wasn't there. I think you got to get rid of the Searcher event, if anything. And so ends up swinging with the Elder right there. Pitches 2 cards, now going at the Newgate. And so now this ace, using the Radical Beam and a little bit of counter with the Atmos to keep him alive, is going to go in with the 10-drop. 10-drop is just going to pass. So this is an interesting strategy we see a lot of times with Emu as well, right? Especially with these 10-drop OP08 Newgates constantly being chained, right? If you can go ahead, play down the 10-drop, to be able to just threaten, right? If they don't go ahead and play a 10-drop Newgate from OP08 on this turn, you get to swing with all of these bodies on field, and you get to swing a little bit more after you utilize the 10 drops activate main effect to basically reset the board with the 5 Elders. So, Chris, he's using the Empty Throne. With the Empty Throne, if you tap 3 Dawn, you can play a, is it 5 Elders type card? Yeah, if you rest the stage in 3 of your Dawn cards, you play a black 5 Elders type character with a cost equal to or less than the total number of Dawn cards on your field. So, since he's at full 10 Dawn turns, he can play the 10 drop for only 3 Dawn on the stage. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, and then the ace is doing it because of the 8-cost Whitebeard event. Did he find a red rock? I don't see a red rock in the hand. Or is that right next to the Roger? No, he doesn't have a red rock. The red rock would be super interesting, though, if he did find it. Because that would bottom deck the 10-drop, and that would be crazy. So ends up swinging with the 10-drop Newgate, ends up blocking that one to draw 1 card right on the on-KO effect of the Warcury, as I'm trying to correctly pronounce it, and starts off with a Pudding. So the Pudding gonna reset the hand entirely, right? We knew there was a lot of good stuff in that hand in terms of 2Ks and counter events and stuff, and especially after the block prompted a draw 1 effect, the Pudding is going to minimize the hand back down to 5 and give a quick reset. So 5 cards drawn now for the Emu player. See what they got. They found some interesting stuff. They've got a little bit of counter, especially with the event. So not terrible, right? Pudding's not really having as disastrous of an effect as they could in these tournament games so far. Now starts out swinging 6,000 power, is going to 2K out of that one, swings the other new, or maybe swings the other Newgate. Got to be thinking about where you want to swing this Newgate as well, right? You don't maybe always want to go at lead, right? Because the less you swing at these bodies on the field, the less that your or the more that your Emu is going to be able to get swings at you and take cards out of hand. So is going to take this Newgate, and I believe is going at face right here. Still 1 blocker on the field in those 5 Elders, the Marcus Mars. And so ends end up going to block with that Mars blocker effect right here. Still a handful of Dawn, still 6 Dawn to work with at this point. We know that 4-drop Marco is in hand, right? So maybe thinking of trying to do like a Marco and Uta play, right? Establish 2 different blockers out onto the field, especially one like Marco that draws cards. I didn't count what the Emu had in his trash, but I think has about 19 in trash. And so now at this point is going ahead and swinging with the Newgate blocker. So is going to go ahead and take that life, is going to go with the Uta, drop down for 2, the Marco dropping down for 4, and there we go, passing off the turn. And so now going into the Emu's next turn, does have 3 swings to be able to utilize on the characters, does not have to pay the tax of 2 cards to be able to swing. Still add 2 life and still have to be mindful about putting this ace to 0. Especially with all of these 12,000 power Newgates on the field, right? If you put the ace down to 0 and they slam down that Goldie Roger that you know is in the hand, you're going to be hard-pressed to not lose right on that turn with 3 12,000 power swings, a 13,000 power swing, and by the way, they still have a leader that they can swing with, and potentially a 4-drop Marco. 4.5 minutes left in this game. The Emu player looking around to see what's in the trash. How many events are in the trash, right? How many 2Ks are in the trash, just to be able to get a gauge on what potentially could be in this Emu's hand. Oh, I'm up late, Gregory. It is 3:30 a.m. and we still have the finals. It is going to be late. I think he was just trying to get him to block with the on KO effect, right? Because the other blocker does not have the draw one off the on KO effect. I think he also slightly pivoted mid-turn. It felt like. It felt like some of those swings were like half-hearted almost. And so is going to go in with the 8,000 power swing right here with the Jupiter. The Jupiter, because you have 7 or more cards in your trash and 10 or more cards in your trash, you are going to put all of your 5 elders to 7,000 power base. So gives him to 7 and then the 1 Don attached 8. Hey, hope painting's going well, Mikey. Appreciate the hangout. And everybody else hanging out too. There's like over 400 people in here, chat, between Twitch and YouTube. Pretty good day. Hope you're enjoying the commentary. Hope you're enjoying the stream. We're just waiting to fulfill this 8,000 power swing. So is thinking about blocking with the Uta at first. The Uta can actually be touched with the Marcus Mars, right, KO effect. The Marco can. So that's a lot to think about. About a minute and a half until overtime. It's just going to go down to 0. Going down to 0. Goldie Roger now active. Has a little bit of counter in hand with the different 2Ks of the Otamas and the Ezo, 2 blockers on field as active. Especially if the Marco blocks and gets KO'd, is going to be able to draw 3 cards off of him. Jan, man, I hope we see Yellow Bonnie as well. Also, D. Mookie, I hope you're doing well. Hey, thank you, Poach. Well, it's 2 off Mark. Oh, never mind. He doesn't have a Dawn on his leader, so it would only be 2. Thank you. Yes, only 2 off Marco. I forgot he played the whole... He went putting Marco and Uta, which is the full 10 Dawn. Some blockers don't die after blocking attacks higher than them. It's very specific. It would have to say on there that they have some sort of protection effect. But more often than not, blockers will die. Yeah, that's the 4-cost red Marco is the only one that I can like think of that saves itself. We're in overtime, chat. This has been a crazy game. This has been a weird game, too. It doesn't feel like it has gone to time. Like, it doesn't feel like... I don't know if it's necessarily slow playing, Eddie, because, like, I think both players have taken a lot of time on their turns. So I think both players are slow playing. And what I mean by that is I think both players are just playing slow. This turn has taken a long time, though. After this match, we'll look to see how long this last turn took. Yeah, he's going to have a hard time. He's going to have a hard time because he knows Roger's in hand. Like, he has to win here. Because I don't think you can live, like, on the clapback. Maybe you'd have to leave Dawn up. Right? Because you have 2 counter events. The judges are right there in front of him, so it's up to the judges to determine it. Yeah, they're just being meticulous. Like, they're not intentionally slow playing. They're just slow players. Like, and that's not like in a rude term or anything like that. They just aren't playing fast because they're thinking. And they're very meticulous. Their pace of play hasn't changed like the whole game. It's been the same thing the whole time. But starting out now with this 8,000 power swing, chat. He does have the ability to be able to pitch a card out of hand to minus 2,000 for the battle, and that's exactly what's going to happen there. Plus the 1 is going to go up to 7 and get out of that. Does have the 10 drop to be able to swing with. Uses leader effect first to draw a card. Does find another counter event, actually. That might be huge. He has 3 swings left. So 8,000 power with Emu. I believe he's got 19 in trash. Well, recall, so now they're in overtime right now, so now they can. But there is a timer during the main game. It's just usually behind my camera. So 2 2Ks getting out of that swing. Going up to 10. And so now has the 2 blockers. Wait. Hold on. Didn't block with... Can the ace lose right here, actually? So here's the KO to KO Marco. It depends on this draw. So there's the 12. Oh my gosh, only has 1K. I think actually the Emu wins right here because he blocks with the Uta, goes in with the 10 drop, plays out the Elders, gets the Elder that has Rush. It's a 7,000 power Rush so then he can attach more Dawn onto him and be able to get the win because the leader effect was already used. So goes in with the swing, only one Dawn, swinging with the 10 cost blocker Newgate, costing him the game. Wow. See, chat, the timer didn't matter. The timer didn't matter, chat. That's the difference between him and I. That's the difference between him and I. He's in the finals of the 3v3 championship, and I'm sitting here, and I've never topped a regional. He was gaming. Anyways, if you're watching this not on the live stream, if you're on the live stream, we're going to watch the finals here in a second. But if you're watching this on YouTube later as a single match video, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Final should be out later today in a couple hours, so I appreciate it. And because it's Sunday, you may see on the channel that I'm live with the online regional. We're going to be gaming PRBO2 Zoro Sanji. Hope to see you there and hope to see you. Yeah, I mean, I just hope to see you there. It's like almost 4 a.m. for me right now. Anyways. Nice. Chat, we're still here. We're still streaming, I promise. Yeah, that Newgate swing ended up losing him the game. I don't know if he would have. I think technically, Richard, he would have. I think technically he would have been in a better spot, right? Because yeah, but he won on the final. He won on that final turn, so it didn't matter, D Mookie. Would blocking with the Marco actually be fine? I feel like because he only drew a 1K Yamato, it didn't matter. But yeah, dang, that Newgate swing was crazy. Chat! Ooh! Chat pack art! OP13! Chat, did you see that? Wait, I don't think they were supposed to show that. I think it was early. Wow. Oh, wait, my ugly mug. Throw me over here. Yeah, if the ace didn't swing with that blocker, I think if the ace didn't swing with that 10 drop Newgate, he had it. The official pack art for OP14. Let's get a pirate flag in there. Woo! Chat, how do we feel about this pack art? He lives if he blocks with Marco. Oh, yeah, that's right, because he played the Marcus Mars to KO the Marco. Yeah. So if he blocks earlier, the art was already on Twitter a few minutes ago. Well, I'm not on Twitter. I'm paying attention to you guys. I'm not on Twitter right now. We are watching it live, though. I think, oh, yeah, the It wasn't a leak. The official One Piece TCG account I don't know what this says. The official One Piece TCG account reposted this an hour ago. Oh yeah, and here's Kai's OP13 list that he went undefeated with in side events at the event that I will be net decking, by the way. Oh yeah, I guess that's true. Like if he didn't swing the Newgate blocker, then Emu would have been at 3 lives and maybe could have countered out. That's true. All right, going back here. All right, it's time for the finals. The Goldie Roger that we saw earlier in the tournament ended up making it to this final round, to the championship stage. We'll see how it fares, maybe against Emu in the show match. There's also Zoro and Emu and the Aces facing off in a mirrors for the Japan Autumn Cup 3v3 finals. Thank you so much for joining me on the channel. My name is Jake. If you're liking the stream, or if you're liking the video that you're watching afterwards, please consider subscribing. We are less than 500 subscribers away from 20,000, which is kind of crazy. And if you're watching live on Twitch, make sure to follow as well. I am going to screenshot that for later. Because I think that's just the schedule for the rest of the season. Whew. Oops. I bet we see the Roger versus Emu. Because that's a matchup I don't think we've seen. Yeah, I would agree, Avery. I think he held the Marco blocker way too long. But when's the best time to block with the Marco? I guess it's like the first swing, right? I guess it's always correct to block Marco with the first swing because they could always just play the... Oh, wait, but they could just swing again with the you probably just almost always... Do you just always do it with the first swing? You have to. Boa has to be at least half yellow. Croc is almost 100% purple-black. I hope he's purple-black. I want to be able to play Oh Come My Way in the purple-black Croc deck. Chat, now here's the real question. Do you think that they have 7 leaders in this set of the 7 warlords? In Japanese, at least. I think English has EBO 4 cards or whatever, but... No, you don't think they will? I think it's fair. I don't know. It's just a question. Also, not sleeping. Thank you so much for following on Twitch. It was confirmed, you think? I don't think I've seen it confirmed, but... What, is Weevil one of the 7 warlords? Wait, chat, who's the 7 warlords? It's Gecko, Mihawk, Dofi, Boa. Gecko, Mihawk, Dofi, Boa. Jinbei? Who are the other 7 warlords, chat? I haven't watched One Piece. Oh, Kuma. Thank you. I forgot about Kuma. Who's the seventh one? I've got 6 of them, I think. Oh, Crocodile. I think it's Crocodile. Yeah, Croc. But like, wait, Law. So Law and Weevil are 7 warlords. Hold on. Chad, is 7 warlords like 7 people, or is that just like an entire like crew? I have no idea. The original 7, Mihawk, Moria, Croc, Jinbei, Dofei, Kumba, and Boa. Okay, so that's what I was thinking of. Thank you, Ben. Thank you. We've got the Zoro in here. So the Zoro, I believe, is facing off against Emu in this final matchup. So we caught a little bit of the tail end on the live stream in the top 16 round of a Zoro Emu matchup, right? Zoro very threatening, right? Being able to remove bodies, but also be able to swing at life has made it a forefront in this game, right? Facing off against Emu. We just saw in the top 4 match how crazy Emu can be with the different plays that they can make, even with cards countering against it. So we'll have to see if this Emu can masterfully guide himself to a win in this game. But first, both players opting for a mulligan. The Zoro going first in this game, and the Emu playing out the empty throne stage. Okay. Good to know about the 7 warlords, Chad, but I was just talking about the OGs. The OGs. I'm talking like the Larry Birds and the Kareem Abdul-Jabbars and the Wilt Chamberlains. Still stuck on basketball. Oh, I should pull up a deck list for Zoro, even though I'm pretty sure I know what's in the Zoro deck. Right, because a lot of them move off the East Blue shenanigans. We start out with the Zoro's hand. He's got a couple cards in here that I find very interesting, right? One, the new PRBO2 Zoro, right? Nice 4 cost that was added into this deck. Oh my gosh, and already moving away, we saw Trafalgar Law, Dracula Mihawk in there as well. We'll talk about those later. The Emu has the 5 Elders Searcher event. You've got the Mary Joie, I was told by chat on how to pronounce that in the last tournament. And also 10 Elders and a little bit of counter as well in the hand. My nose itches. Chat, here we go. It's time for the finals. I'm ready for bed. It's 3:45 a.m. by me, but we've got a fabulous game to watch on this one. Gonna pass off the turn on one. No 1-drop Perona Searcher or anything like that. The Emu going off with the leader effect, just getting rid of that Mary Joie, right? Gets rid of a dead card in the hand, and now uses the Elder Searcher. Is going to be nice, but finds no Elders right there, except for the Saint Charla, right? Celestial Dragon, as the 5 Elders finds Celestial Dragons. And so now using the Saint Charla effect is going to do one more search before pitching a card from hand. See a Shirahoshi going into the trash. Shirahoshi, a very common option in this deck that a lot of players love, especially as a 2K of choice. So ends up grabbing that and then pitching the 6-cost Elder from the hand. I believe that is Marcus Mars. And now moving on to Zoro's turn at 3 Dawn. Could go ahead, swing 5 at lead, and try and play out the 3-cost Mihawk, right? The 3-cost Mihawk could be nice to get that Zoro on the field as a blocker, even though it comes in as arrested, right? But that would be playing 2 2Ks on the field. So a little bit awkward of a hand, in my opinion, for the Zoro. Just going to swing 8, try to put this guy down to 3. We see in the Zoro hand picking up a Scratchman of Pooh, right? Scratchman of Pooh actually very common in the OP13 format for Zoros and their 2K options. So Emu going ahead and starting out with his leader effect on the 4 Dawn turn. Ends up having a couple more searchers in the hand, so might just go ahead, swing 7 or so, and then just continue in going on the searches. Might even go with the 1 search, and if he finds something like the Saturn right on here, does not actually, just finds the 1 cost event. I was going to say if he found a Saturn, it would be nice to use the Empty Throne stage to be able to play that out onto the field and maybe swing 5, but now pivoting the game plan, probably going to see another Charla pitched onto the field, but you got to get rid of something first, right? Even though you grab something off of Shalria, I got to learn to pronounce that one correctly. The Saint Shalria, you do have to pitch 1 card from your hand after the search. So is a nice way to end up filtering but not gain too many cards in hand, especially because Emu with that leader effect is a net gain a lot of times. Yeah, Mikey, the Shalria. I need to remember that. And so ends up pitching the 2 cost 2K right there, and then goes with another search on the dock. I think did end up finding the, I think that's the Saturn. I can't read the hiragana from here, or katakana. Ends up picking that up into the hand. Yes, that is the Saturn right there. And pitches off the 7 cost Jupiter off of the effect and just passes off the turn. Does not go ahead and swing 7. Does not want to add cards to the Zoro's hand and put him down to 4 life. The Emu now already at 12 cards in the trash. Very close already because of the plethora of searches to be able to get that plus 1K on the Empty Throne stage. The Zoro starting off with a Perona right here is going to be able to find the Zoro. This Supernova Zoro that came out in OP13 is a huge card and one of the best rares to come out of the set. It's essentially a mini Cavendish, right? If your leader has the Film or Straw Hat Crew types, set up to 2 of your Dawn cards as active as an on-play effect, and then at the end of turn, you can set this character as active. Does end up grabbing the Zoro. Is going to be nice to be able to play it out onto the field if he wants, but may go in with Dracul Mihawk right here. So Dracul Mihawk is going to be nice, right? Because you have 2 characters on field at the time that you play the Mihawk, you can play out that Zoro as rested, and because of that restanding effect of both the Dawn and the character at the end of turn, it's basically as if you played that Zoro as active. Just a super nice card. Super good synergy, not only in the Zoro deck, but Zoro Sanji, one of the ones that I've been loving on the channel lately and can't wait to try out in OP13 with all these new cards. Now the Emu going into his turn is going to start out with the leader effect. Find a nice 2K off of the draw. Is thinking about an Empty Throne to be able to get that Saturn onto the field and do a little bit more searching, as that's the searching 5 Elder. You definitely want to see, as you may see, they're showing on screen right now, the Marcus Mars. Marcus Mars, very good here to be able to get rid of that Zoro. That Zoro is going to be very, very pesky in the long run of this game because you can't swing at it as it restands constantly every single turn. Marcus Mars is going to be the only thing that gets rid of it at this point. So it looks like 16 cards in trash at this point for the Emu player. And I think you got to go in. He does have the Marcus Mars in the hand. The Marcus Mars could be played off of this empty throne. We'll see which one he chooses. It is going to be that, it looks like. Has to decide whether or not he wants to pitch the Shirahoshi or the other 2K Dragon. So with that on play, thinking in the trash how much he's actually got. The Zoro player already knowing that the Zoro is going down, preemptively pulling it off the table, is going to go ahead and pitch the Shirahoshi, getting to 17 cards in the trash. The Zoro going to be very nice to get rid of, because now if he wants to swing at the Emu, he's going to have to attach Dawn to one of his two characters. So board control going to be huge in this game, and goes ahead and plays out that Celestial Dragon 2K, right? I actually don't know which one this guy is. Charurosu? Something along those lines, I think. And is going to pass off the turn from there. Still not swinging at the Zoro. Looking more towards a starve type of method, I think, on the Zoro right now. Just trying to, once these characters turn sideways, get rid of them and make the game go long. So no Tashigi on the field, right? Tashigi would be able to go ahead and rest the Marcus Mars, as Tashigi rests an original cost of 6 or less. You would be able to then use your leader effect as well to go on it, but does have a Cavendish on field. And so especially with the raw Marcus Mars that was played, you might actually be safe by playing out this Cavendish right now and going ahead and swinging big at lead. I feel like you're joking with me, Rai. I don't believe that. I will not say the English version of the name. Saint Punching Bag. I do know that one of the Celestial, I don't know exactly why or when, but I know that one of the Celestial Dragons gets absolutely destroyed on a punch. Don't spoil it in chat, or else you're going to stub your toe for the next 3 nights in a row. Zoro, thinking about resting 3 Dawn, would be resting 3 Dawn with what I assume is Cavendish, right? Just skipping the restand of 2. And so actually ends up resting 6 with the Trafalgar Law. This is another great card that has been put in OP13. If you use the on play effect, you can return a character to your hand. And if you do, you can play a character with the cost of 5 or less from your hand as rested. So playing down that Cavendish as rested is going to attach the 3 Dawn to Zoro. Now swing 8,000 power at lead. And so now the Emu, having to think about if he wants to take the life or not, is going to go ahead and take it. And the Cavendish is rested. The thing about the Trafalgar Law is that even though it plays the character as rested, if you have 1 or less life, the character gains blockers. So a really good late game card. But unfortunately for the Zoro right here, the Emu is one now at 19 cards in the trash, so the plus 1,000 power is active to the leader, but can't protect the Cavendish if you decide to swing at it. Whew. I forgot the craziness of talking so long, chat. Is it Charlos? Is that how you say it? I'll have to look it up later. I believe he has 19 in trash now. So now is going to be a 6,000 power swing with leader potentially, but ends up first tapping for, is going to go ahead and get the Saturn going, is going to go with a search. Maybe is looking for another Marcus Mars to be able to get a KO effect. Does not find it, but finds another Elder. Looks like Warcury is the one that was found there. It only took me a whole tournament, chat. I feel like I'm getting their alts down. Does have to think about how many cards he has left in deck. It looked like somewhere around like 20 cards, not including the search, so probably more around like 24-ish at this point. Is going to go ahead and get the 10 drop right. No, only one 10 drop in hand. You probably ideally play 2 in this scenario or in this game. Is going to go ahead and swing a raw 6,000 power at this Cavendish. So is going to have to command a card or allow it to be knocked out, one of the two. So is going to allow it to go. Did its job restanding some Dawn. So can go ahead and get out if he wanted to the Jupiter, right, with the empty throne stage. So is going to do that. The Jupiter is going to put all of those characters to 7,000 power, at least the Elders, to a base power of 7,000. So now this Mars with the swing is going to go ahead 7,000 at lead. Zoro taking the first life. Is another 2K Scratchman to Poo. You don't really have anything to play, I feel like, at this point. You've got the Perona, but nothing really going on that you love. The Kuina is going to be fine, I guess. Oh, Chad, I think they just revealed another EBO3 card on Twitter. And so the Perona going in, looking at that top 5. He does find a restand event and a Tashigi. The Tashigi going to be nice to be able to rest all of those different Elder bodies on the field and be able to get your leader effect off more than likely. The only Elder that you actually can't touch with Tashigi is Jupiter. Oh, Charlos? St. Charlos? Thank you, chat. I'll remember that. Can these players play faster? It is 4 a.m. Let's see, chat. Chat, also, thank you so much to everybody who's been here. It's been an awesome stream. There has been a lot of you in here. I very much appreciate it, especially with the Japan Championships. I will stream every single Japan Championship unless I'm like at a regional or something otherwise. So when there's a Japan Championship, I will be providing English commentary as always, as I've been doing almost like 2 years now. So I think at this point, I think you have to play the Tashigi because I think you just need to establish bodies, right? I don't think there's a way that you can get like more bodies other than Tashigi on this turn. But you just like work in a future turn to be able to like play Cavendish and another body on the field at the same time. This is always the part where like people wonder how I like talk for the whole match, like on the video version, where like if you watch the Japan Championships and my videos, there's a lot of time that I always cut. And so off the Perona is going to grab the 3-cost restand event. Luffy will be king of the Pirates. Going to be nice to threaten in the future terms of the game. Passing up the Tashigi, which I think is very interesting. I wonder, are you playing Kuina in this turn? No, is going with Scratchman Apu. The Scratchman Apu is going to be able on that on play to rest a 2-cost or less, which is going to go ahead and rest that Charlos. So now with the swing going at that, Marcus Mars is going to go ahead, claim the knockout. And the 1 Don being attached to Law, 7,000 power at lead, the Equilibrium event coming down, and 3 attached to Dracula Mihawk, another 7 going in at lead. 7, the magic number in this one, is going to make Emu go down to 1 life, but the leader effect of Zoro coming in and getting 2 cards out of hand, 2 2Ks on that 8,000 power swing. Chad, I kind of feel like Zoro's in a decent spot. Am I wrong? Yo, congrats, Eddie. Yeah, Joao. The Emu's crazy at times. So is Zoro. Emu, Zoro, and Ace. They're all crazy. They're all crazy. Is going to go ahead with the swing at the Mihawk. It is going to be a 6,000 power swing, so going to let that Mihawk go. Don't need to counter out of it. Is going to go ahead now, swing the Saturn. Saturn now swinging at Law because with that Jupiter boost, it is a 7,000 power swing. Is going to have to force a 2K to come out of hand from the Zoro player. He's got plenty of 2Ks in hand already at this point, so which one do you want to get rid of? I think Kawamatsu a great option right now and is going to do exactly that. Emu now using the leader effect to be able to get rid of that card. Do not need the Saturn on the field anymore. Now with the Jupiter swing, going to swing 7,000 more than likely. I would assume because they'll probably play 10 drop on this turn, the Jupiter will go ahead and swing. But is going to go ahead with a quick search first. Is going to look at that top 5 with the Saturn. Still can do the 3. And ends up finding what I believe is the final Elder that he needed, the Nazjuro. Does he have one in trash already? I actually don't think he's had one in trash. I think there's like 3 of them in that search. There's 2 of them. But ends up going for the Workery instead. Interesting. Huh, I would have thought he would have grabbed the one to complete all 5 of them, but I guess he had other plans. And so now going in with this 7,000 power swing at the Law, just needs another 2K yet again is going to be that PRBO2 Zoro. Now the Empty Throne playing out the 10 drop and using the 1 to go ahead, pitch all of those cards. Only getting 4 Elders out right now, just valuing the search a lot more than the potential Nazjuro swing. It's interesting, too, because Nazjuro, right, you're putting 2 of them to the bottom of the deck. It's going to be, I mean, he did just find another one of those. But With the Nazjuro, right, you not only get rushed to maybe get rid of this law, but on top of that, you can minus 2,000 power on the swing. Oh, he was missing them both. Oh, that makes sense. So he was just determining which one was better to get. Warcurry or the Nazjuro. Oh, okay, I see. For some reason, I thought he was only missing the one. But you still got two blockers on the field, the Marcus Mars and the Warcurry, to be able to defend and a little bit of counter with some Dawn up on top of that. Dead Man's Game or Hody Jones would be huge right here. But the Zoro going to be going in, maybe thinking about playing either Tashigi or Kuina, right? One of those two would be able to rest these blockers. One of these two blockers. You could rest both blockers, actually, but you wouldn't be able to use your restand event. I still think you have time, though, as Zoro. Yeah, especially with how much he searched in the beginning. If he only had 4 of them at the time of that draw, that's just super unlucky. I mean, we saw the 3 Nazjuros in like a, 6-card span? That's tough. But the Zoros kind of had awkward hands as well. But looks like going to be playing the Tashigi to start out. The Tashigi is going to be able to rest one of these blockers and is going to be the Warcurry to start. And now 3 Dawn attached from the Tashigi effect. It's going to be an 8,000 power leader swing. Interesting that he did not rest the Marcus Mars here. Maybe wanting to leave the 3. And so now a 10,000 power swing at lead is going to go ahead and take the life. Tap the 3 for the Luffy will be King of the Pirates to restand his leader. Swing another 10 and the block from St. Marcus Mars. He could go ahead and counter, right? He could go double event counter. That's a little scary, I feel like. But you don't have a 2K in hand. So you'd have to get rid of both of the counter cards that you have. Or 2 of the 3. The counter events is the easiest thing to get out of. You still have the law swing to think about. Yeah, like his starting hand was, Zoro's starting hand was really, really weird, but his draws helped him out a ton. So he is going to go with the counter event and 2 1Ks, basically signaling to his Zoro opponent, hey, I've got no 2Ks in hand at this point. And so Zoro, not having battled a character at all during the turn, is not going to be able to use that activate main to restand. Do you go ahead and swing with the law? He's just passing off the turn. Does not want this law to get KO'd by any effects, right? We know that Tashigi can be KO'd by the Marcus Mars, but law being a 6 cost. Now the Emu back into his turn. Emu getting that plus 1,000 power because of the your turn on the stage. Is going to have to force a 2K to get out of this swing. Or maybe he takes it. I mean, honestly, do you take it at this point? Because you're going to want restand events or Dead Man's Game, right? So is there a reason to just keep a poo in hand and just start taking a little bit of life? You don't want to take too much life, though, right? So is at least going to take the first one. It's going to be a restand event. So 7,000 power now with the War Curie. Definitely want to swing all of these bodies on field, especially if you plan on 10 dropping for a second turn in a row. Basically gets a ton of free swings before you set them back up as active. So does take that second swing right there. Now Emu using his leader effect to draw one. A nice counter event. You like the counter events. The 2-drop Koshiro not going to do anything in this battle. The one thing that you have to think about, especially as Emu right now, is what's at the bottom of your deck. If you go in with the 10-drop and you do a search, do you remember what's there? I'm pretty sure he's cycled at this point, right? And if not, he's pretty close. So then at that point, it is what cards have you not seen yet? Do you have a pretty good idea of what's in that top 5? Because he's only got, what, 12 cards? 11? So Zoro taking that life as well. It's going to be Hiyori, so that's at least a 1K counter as another 7K swing comes in. Law now turns into a blocker, right, because the Zoro is at 1 or less life. Thinking about using the 0-cost event to get a clean 8 and pitch in a card. Thinking about getting rid of the Koshiro. I like to get rid of Koshiro. You want to keep Hiyori in case you're trying to find something else right on this next turn. We have 40 seconds until overtime, chat. And so is going to go ahead, use the 0-cost event and the Koshiro to get out of that. Another 7,000 power swing. Only expecting one swing left. And still has the blocker Law. So is going to take that final life. Looks like it's going to be a 1K Perona. You would love, ideally, if you could keep this Law alive, right? And so now we're hitting overtime, hitting the overtime rules. I don't think overtime like necessarily super matters at this point, because after the Emu's turn, the Zoro's going for game, right? Thankfully, our overtimes haven't been like overly complex. They've pretty much ended like on the turn or immediately after. Are you ever going the 6? If you go 6 and 4, you can get 2 more swings in, right? Just hard play the Najjuro, swing 7, and then swing 7 again. You have to hope that he has like no counter in hand, right? Because he does have a blocker. I think this Emu's in trouble. Because also, if you do that play, you have no Dawn open and you're so dead. Right? One restand event and you're dead. No, because you have 2 blocker. Wait, that's 3 swings on Law. You're dead. You have to leave Dawn open. So is going to go ahead with the 10 drop. Get out the 5 elders on the field. Almost put them all in the trash when they've just pretty much all been on the field already. Going in with the search. Does find another. I think those are actually 2 searcher events. So maybe thinking about just blockering up. Putting out another 4-cost Warcury blocker could be nice. And I think he did find a Warcury blocker in there. Because he can put out the Warcury blocker and still leave 2 open. Is going to go with the Searcher event. Does he know he has a 2K in there? Or a counter event? So is going to KO the Tashigi. Want to get rid of that body with the Marcus Mars effect. So ends up finding the Nazjuro. Just a 1K. You have to think about DMG here, right? So now swinging 8,000 power on this. 9,000 power with the extra add. Minusing 2 on the Law to make him a 4,000 power blocker, and he's just going to block. Passes off the turn. Here we go. 3 different swings. I think the Emu might have this because he's got a lot of counter events. But the Kuina coming in, the Kuina is going to rest the blocker. Actually, he may not be able to get out of this with the Kuina. Now attaching the rest of those 6 total now, 11,000 power swing. He's going to be able to get out of that first swing with the 2 different events. Now with the 3-cost event, Luffy will be king of the Pirates. Gonna swing another 11. Going to block, restand with the activate main, and get the game. The Zoro player coming out with the win, which was honestly a clunky start to the hand. Coming away with the victory there, piloting the deck and being able to value certain aspects of the cards like Tashigi and Kuina. Excellent, excellent job by both of our players and all of our finalists in this tournament. Well, it's not my tournament. I'm watching the official live stream. You can check that out in the description if you want to watch the later rounds, or if you want to hear my official commentary, you can go to the other ones on the channel, the other videos. But for YouTube, that's going to be all. Thank you so much for watching. I hope to see you in the next video. The next Japan Championship should be in 2 weeks on the 25th, or the night of the 24th for a lot of you, and the day of the 25th is going to be the Japan area finals. Thank you so much for watching. I am tired. It is 4:30 a.m. and I still have stuff to do before I go to bed, so I'm going to bed. Goodbye, YouTube video. Twitch chat, though, and YouTube chat as well, live stream chat. Whoo! That was crazy. That was a good game. That was a good game. I enjoyed that. The Zoro player made some decisions that I definitely didn't think were correct, but I think we're pretty good. I mean, good job finding the restand events, too. Did he have 2 restand events in life? That's crazy if he did. Just have him in live chat. But anyways, chat, that is going to be all for me today. Thank you so much for watching. Victor, also thank you much. Thank you much. Thank you very much for the follow as well. I am going to hurry up and get the stuff going. I think there's a regional happening. Let's see. Where is the... There it is. There's a regional happening right here. This is the official stream from Milan. Ooh, they got some cool stuff going on. So chat, if you want more One Piece to watch, make sure to go over there. I'm sure the casters are doing great. Thank you so much for watching. Hope to see you in the next video or stream or whatever. I'm tired. I need to get ready to go to bed. See you later, chat. Good night or good morning, whichever.